start the stream. And we are live. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last time the party had a good time drinking around the campfire with everyone's best pal Yorm. Only tonight on Fox. Then afterwards, Yorm kind of wandered off into the woods, and because quote unquote one of his legs was feeling heavier than the other. After resting, DeLon woke up in his room, startled awake as his Templar training kicked in, and found that basically his window was open. Somebody had come into his room, as the tower is always in a reigning state while the Blue Dragon is there. And when he looked around his room, he found no one was there, but in his pack, someone had deposited 15 gold, a leg of lamb, freshly cooked. And when he looked out his window, he saw that there was a dagger with a letter stabbed into the wall outside his window, which was pretty damn high up in this very tall wizard's tower. And on the dagger, there was also a rope connected to the hilt of the dagger, essentially. After reading the letter, it basically said for him to meet someone at the Cantankerous Bard. It was signed, Your Feline Grace. And DeLon, with a suspicious feeling setting in and a little uncomfortable, stepped out into the hall where they found Yorm drunkenly having stumbled up multiple stairs and having bumped into a golem who kept apologizing and then calling ma'am or miss. Gildas also came out and helped use restoration on Yorms to help clear up some of his hungoverness. The party then just kind of like came together and talked some things, and they were preparing themselves to head out to the Cantankerous Bard, where Tulio said he'd meet them in 5. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and pick up where we last left off. So party, you prepared yourselves and you got your gear, and you kind of made your way down the temple. DeLon, I imagine you, Gildas, and Yorm are kind of heading down that way after both of you helped sober Yorm up a little bit off screen.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Feeling better, Yorm?
Oh, aye. Not much better.
Good. I need your quick wit today.
Oh, DeLon. You always got me quick wit. Dwarven wit.
So we're approaching the temple as it is?
You're currently, I would say, like, walking through the woods, heading out from the high tower, heading towards Asterium proper. We got paperwork, right?
Aye, we do. A few letters here and there. As a matter of fact, I also considered a good stop along the way. The items in the Asterium we could probably take a look at.
Good. They're real sticklers about paperwork and certifications over here.
Yes, even more so than King's Landing.
I can't even cast magic without a license. Can you imagine that? But yes,
Well, I mean, in a city filled with magic folk, makes sense. Wouldn't do to have fireballs flying all over the city. Just because you didn't agree with the shopkeep.
Yes, I do have a couple of things to do in the city as well, come to think of it. Well, maybe spur of the moment, but that was a good time.
Hi, well, welcome to have you.
Well, yeah. By the way, other characters should mention that. Yeah. Well, I did give you like a letter to send.
Mm-hmm.
You find that like it's not really much of a letter, more like a piece of paper.
Yeah, I noticed.
Its size.
Uh-huh. Delon's
Oh,
actually. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe Marshall, if you want, I can send you the content of the letter if you want.
Yeah, you can send
Yeah,
that
I'll
my
do.
way.
Alright.
Yeah, Delon's actually gonna probably look through the stack and make sure. When he glances back at the paper, he goes, "Oh, would you like me to parcel this with the sleeve and make sure that it's mailed correctly?"
Hmm. Well, they'll probably ask anyway, so may as well get something for the sake of it.
Hmm. I'd read the letter, but Delon's not the kind of person. It's another person's business, so. Uh, yeah. Delon will make sure everything is stacked correctly. As they're probably writing, you do glance at Delon. He glances and you see him have another letter. You recall that it's a letter that his uncle gave him, and he thinks about it before slowly putting it back into his pack, not among the other letters.
Probably wants to give it not through mail, yes. So yeah, not that.
As you,
Well, I mean, you know,
oh, go ahead.
it's Thailand.
What? I didn't hear what you said, man.
Nah. Don't worry about it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
A very Gildas letter.
I mean, you know, like, what else is he going to write? Seriously.
You know the funny thing with Gildas is that like he's the type that sending something like that it's more it says more with what he didn't say in the letter than what he said in the letter, you know? He's that kind of a
Very
guy.
very Ronaldian. Ronaldian.
Uh-huh.
Stop passive aggressive at all. Nope.
Wow.
Hey horse fucker. Long time no see.
It's a simple question.
It is actually very simple.
Maybe it is loaded, but it is
It
a
is a
simple
loaded
question.
question, you know, but it's a simple one. It's simply
Mhm.
loaded, not complexly loaded. But alrighty, as as
Mhm.
Dlon, you, Gildas and Yorm, ye three dwarves of Isengard, travel your way, um, through the woods. You eventually begin to get close, and you see the walls of Asterium, as well as the barrier, uh, and the hooded, cloaked figures outside. As you approach, one of them raises a hand for a halt, and you can visibly see the barrier between you and him, with him on the inside. Halt! Paperwork and registration.
Alright. Give me a moment. Delon steps down from Valese and hands over his document. Should be in all in order.
You see as, with a flick of his wrist, a mage hand comes out and takes your paper from you.
Mm-hmm.
As he holds it decently far away from him as the cloaked figure reads it. He then folds the paperwork up and hands it back to you with mage hand.
Thank you.
And you. Oh, on with them.
Well,
Make sure you keep your man under wraps.
Aye, he'll be just fine.
And
I'll
you,
just-
as he points to you, Gildas.
Yeah, you have a merchant license.
Yeah, I'll have my own paperwork. Like, you've been freeloading of my own merchant license for a whole year.
It's true. I have.
So, I'm just gonna use my own mage hand to give it to them.
He accepts it with a simple nod as he looks it over. Um, he seems to nod a few more times before folding it back up. His mage hand hands it back to you, and you see as with his free hand he kind of makes like a winding motion, kind of like a circular motion in the air with one finger. You see the barrier go down, and you see the doors, the gates, just they give off a thumb as they and open up, revealing the pristine, gemmed city of Asterium. Come on in, come on in. Welcome back, merchant. May you enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, that will be off.
Map change no jutsu.
No change, no jutsu.
I'm trying to remember if we've seen this before.
We have. This is the first.
Yeah, but I don't think the map was there yet. Like,
It was
Right.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it wasn't.
After.
It wasn't. It
This
wasn't.
is actually
Yeah.
the first time you've been here on the
Yeah.
map as such.
Because the maps like these were made while rankings landed.
Yes.
You're right. You're right.
Where are we
That's
now? I'm
This is
like I'm in the
Asterium.
tower, right? Hmm.
You're not with us, bub. You're in the
I know.
tower.
Yeah, Bub's in the tower.
Okay. Which one's the tower? Just so I know.
It's not on this map. This is Asterium.
Cool. Well, I know what I'm doing next session. Proceed.
The tower would be like roughly like one of these maps or something. Like this represents like the college. This also represents like a kind of also sort of the college area a little bit.
Cool. All right. Proceed. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
I'm just moving some stuff over from my token layer.
That's fine. What I've really liked about what you chose about it, I love the Byzantine kind of architecture about Asterium. I really dig it.
I'm glad.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna move these here at the moment. Put ye three
That's fine.
dwarves of iron forge. Alright.
The greatest adventure is sure to begin.
But alrighty. Let me also change the music real quick. Where is it? I'm gonna play this one for now, because I don't have a designated Asterium theme at the moment. But alrighty, as you wander into Asterium, you find that it's much like how you left it. Lots of wizards walking around in different colored cloaks, lots of merchants going around, lots of fat cats, and also just really well-to-do people. Everyone here just seems healthy, happy, and vibrant, you know. Same as before. You do find that there are still red mages wandering around, there are gold-cloaked mages, purple mages, you know, the works.
Mm-hmm. Feels as if we've never left.
a pretty city.
Hmm.
At least on the outside, yes.
Bit gaudy, perhaps.
That too.
If they're gonna put gemstones inlaid in the road, they should at least use something better than lapis lazuli.
I think it goes well with the color, and the entire feeling in the entire city. But I see your point.
Well, it's a beautiful stone, Delon, but personally,
Hmm.
I would use something different. Nice, maybe some
Oh.
rubies dotting the road.
Rubies? That would cost a fortune.
Well, aye, but there's the rest of the city, obviously. So if you're going to spend the money anyway, may as well make it
Yeah,
a better
wrong.
city.
Right, but there's a difference between building an expensive city and ruining yourself building it.
Gotta ask you, between you and me, you honestly believe that this isn't just ruining him? The Lord's not ruining himself with this level of luxury? Look at that. Look at that. That is a building made of gold. With lapis lazuli inlays. Now, look at that. Look, they got is that beholder floating around the sky?
Aye, similar to the around the college.
Look at all of the enchanted jewelry.
Hmm.
Got a surprising amount of dwarves running around here.
Actually, quite a few. I think some of the best armaments around. Well, we got our cart.
Right, there's a smith. There's. If you follow our road to the office, well, the paperwork office, there's a dwarven mage as well.
Bah! Dwarven mage.
Right, well, regardless of how you feel about them, it's still a dwarf.
Being a proper dwarf.
Well, I mean, Mysterium dwarves, could you really call them proper dwarves? If you call them proper dwarves, they're not from Newcastle, Reynolds. Really.
All dwarves can be a proper dwarf. Doesn't matter where they're from, just matters what they believe. Matters how they act, how they carry themselves.
Uh-huh.
Dwarf is as a dwarf does. Problem is when a dwarf starts thinking he's better than a dwarf, or perhaps no longer a dwarf, or dabbling in non-dwarvenly affairs.
Yeah, you just sound like you met a lot of them. And again, you're old, so it really surprised me.
I ain't that old, Gildas.
But what? You're what? 100 something? 200? I'm sorry, but that's old.
Well, I mean, that's a drop in the bucket for most dwarves.
Well, I wish it was a drop in the bucket for me. At least I would have to worry about some things. But
Well,
take it
if you're
from
a
me,
bit-
Gildas. It's more of a curse than a blessing.
And if you're really so enamored with it, Gildas, I'm sure we could find you a potion to change you into just about any race you'd like.
I'm quite content with. Well, no. All I'll say is that I wouldn't sacrifice my own humanity for longevity.
Nor should you.
I'm quite fine
But-
as a human. There's a
Aye.
way. It's just that I wouldn't mind living 100, maybe 200 more years. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm sure there's an answer to that in the college if you're so inclined to find it.
I've heard some
But-
people a certain face no longer dying of old age. Like the body's kept pristine. Never seen it myself, though.
There you have it. The answer's always out there if we're willing to look for them. The question we all have to ask ourselves is whether or not we should search for it in the first place. Speaking of searching, there is a business we should take care of now before rather than later.
Aye.
Right.
Now, tell me the name of this place. I was a bit snarked the last time you said it.
Ah, yes, it's the cantankerous bard.
Shouldn't be too far. Shouldn't be too far from here, really.
Reminds
Oh,
me of
if I
the
recall.
Gaggling Brook.
Well,
Hmm.
it's right next to it. I think.
Gaggling Brook was a better tavern.
To be honest, I don't remember the name of the tavern. So that one, that one. So yeah. Right. Which is the important one. Yeah. Put it the way. So.
Alrighty, y'all lead the way. I'll watch your back. Something about these magic
you.
folk. I'll keep an eye on them. Tend to pop in and out all over the place.
Well, just don't shoot at the one with the purple cloak. With the police, you know.
Girls, I wouldn't
The
waste a
guards.
bullet on them.
Oh, my hand.
Just don't clap them.
The line will make his way as they answer, with a smile on his face as they do.
To the brothel. What?
It always makes a laugh. The other one's the brothel. I think this one's actually just a tavern. Or who knows? Maybe everything's a brothel in Asterion. Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, the
Maybe
tavern.
there's a brothel if you have enough money.
Yeah,
The
thank
other
you.
one you
Yeah,
went. No,
thank you.
the one you're currently going to, I believe, is the one that was the brothel. The other one was more of just a tavern.
Yeah.
No, the one we at were initially the brothel. Well, that was the brothel, and then the Cantankerous Bard was the tavern slash merchant thing, hidden black market underneath.
The brothel was also the black market. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think
Whatever.
so.
It's been a year, they'll probably change anyway.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
They do actually
Who
change
cares?
locales occasionally, yes.
Like,
It don't matter.
GM decides. Here we go.
Sure.
Like,
it
I'm
doesn't
pretty
matter.
positive that the brothel was the one that was also
Sure.
it.
We'll just rewatch episode 2 and 3. Boom.
Sure.
There you go.
Either way, you guys make your way through the city. You see a few people kind of like, as Jorm did say, just kind of like popping in and out. Essentially like dimensioning dooring themselves around some places.
Mm.
Must have the license to do so. No offensive spells, seemingly to be just traversing spells. Every once in a while you'll see like a poof of mist and somebody just kind of dusts themselves off and walks around, you know. Just, you know, traveling the way mages do. Cheating. You also see the magical creatures walking around. You see lots of golems around, stuff like that. You see some Warforged and all that. Every once in a while you see like a Ganassi in the street, stuff like that. But as you make your way towards the Cantankerous Barn, you eventually find that at this early time of day, usually it would be closed, but it seems to be open at the moment.
Well, they booked the whole time.
Well, shall
Well,
we?
this is. Alright.
Well,
Want me to
it's
stay out
Thursday.
here alone? You want me to come in? I can watch the door.
Mm. I'll let you decide that one.
You know, so Tilia's in there, so Tilia's inside. He can watch the entrance from the inside. They gotta stay out here. Keep an eye, crow's nest somewhere.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Yon.
Of course. I'll come if I come in there. It's probably because someone else came in that's a little suspicious.
Fair enough. That'd be a good signal then.
Yorm
It
gives a
shouldn't be
nod,
too long.
pulls his goggles down, and he pulls up basically a cloak, and you just see him walk down an alleyway somewhere.
Mm.
They'll probably detect if I use sanding, which thing. But yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine, darling.
Hmm. That's why I have my weapon.
As do I.
Civil violence in the street, a barbaric. That's a fine of 30,000 gold.
We'll just
Uh,
treat self-defense, and then boom, there you go. We
Self-defense. How barbaric? A fine of 15,000 gold.
We have paperwork. They don't, therefore.
Do you have a self-defense permit?
I do. It's right there, official. Oh, yeah, you know, that's how. Oh, it's like, give you the finger.
I assume we into the tavern, brothel, whatever.
Yeah. The building.
It's a tavern that day, brothel by night. Super
Sure.
tavern!
Why not?
But alrighty, you walk your way in, you pull open the door and you walk your way in, and inside you find that it's much as the last time you were here. Fairly simple. You find a hostess or a host there. A green dragonborn with a poofy hat and a feather sticking out of the poofy hat. It's kind of like Shakespearean English kind of a hat with like the poofiness. He's got poofy little pantaloons as well and ruffles on his sleeves. Ah, welcome, welcome. He pauses, however, curls one finger up, narrows his eyes, and then suddenly snaps his clawed fingers together. Repeat customers! Recognize you? Yes, I do. Welcome back. Well, I know good customers when I see them. Come right this way, this way. Pick a table, any table. One of my girls will be around in just a moment.
I'm actually looking for someone in particular. I didn't know she has arrived as of late.
He kind of looks around a little bit. Well, if there's a customer here of some sort or someone you're acquainted with, just introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna see if she's here.
So he leads you in from like the entryway further in to where the actual like main dining hall area is, and he then goes back to the front of the building somewhere, assumingly to greet visitors again. And you find that the dining area is it has a few people here. Give me one moment.
That's fine.
It's nice that he remembered us at least.
Yeah. You say that in character?
Yes, I do. Actually.
Okay. I'll speak in character. I'm a bit surprised to see that, but he seemed to.
So as you're going around, you can see that there are some mercenaries here of different kinds. Most of them just seem to be like more or less here as like relaxing or just having a good time early in the morning. You can also see that there are some mages here and there just chilling. But most of note is that hold up. You can see that there are some cloaked figures in the far left corner of this place. That are basically they have their gear, which seems to be daggers and bows and some like quills and stuff. They seem to be cleaning their gear on the table. They have some ale, and they just seem to be they seem to have come back from a unsuccessful hunt.
Well, let's see. Can
Yeah.
I spot some red skin from all the way over there?
You actually can. Give me one moment.
Passive perception 20.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Multi-purpose tavern map.
Yes. Isn't it great? But yeah, these are the denizens here at the moment. You can see some will look like mercenaries here and here. You can see some mages. They're playing a card game of some sort. Um, they seem really invested in it. The cards, when they play them down, seem to magically produce what look like monsters or something on the cards, but they're just really invested in it. But over here, Gildos, is where you see the red skin. Is you can actually make it out from under her hood. Is there's a familiar figure sitting around with other cloaked figures. One being wearing a traditional hood, two wearing red cloaks. They also have a wolf that is laying down at the moment. It has a bone between its paws and is just kind of like looking around attentively.
Right, so as we scan around, I'll just reach over like down his shoulder and like steer him toward that one table. The point, saying, "I think the one you're looking for is over there. Shall we?"
Aye. Holm did mention he had met a bunch of hooded figures.
There is one other hooded figure in the room, sitting in the far right corner, Gildos, who's tossing a gold coin up and down.
So, as I see him, like, if we ever like across, well, our eyes meet, I'll just give him a thumb up.
You see the hooded figure catch the coin, grab his mug, and just take a sip before putting it down and tossing the coin again.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, guess it's time. Let's approach.
Alrighty. So you make your way over. As you approach, you see that the wolf actually stands up and growls at you, which gets the attention of the other people at the table. The brown-cloaked man lowers his red hand, where he was polishing and like when he was sharpening a dagger. You see that he has what seem to be long nails, and his hood is pulled very far over his head, where you can see he has red skin and sharp teeth. But you can't see any other details. We have a visitor. The two other red-cloaked figures look briefly in your direction. They seem to have been making new arrows. Despite their red cloaks, which look very suspicious, you can actually see that they are wearing kind of like bandanas over their face to cover their mouths, like bandits would. But they're wearing some light chainmail and leather boots. They seem to be decently trained mercenaries, but they're trying very hard to cover their faces. All you can make out is their eyes, essentially.
Well, it's not exactly our place to ask at the moment, so.
You actually, as you're kind of taking that in, and there's like a bit of an uncomfortable stare off. Eventually, the figure that was carving something, whittling some wood. It looks kind of like she was carving a miniature little knight or something like that. Kind of pockets the figure she was carving, stabs the dagger into the table, and pulls her head down, revealing herself to be Aramu. She actually gives you a very wide smile. I was wondering whether you would come or not.
Considering considering the effort you went to give me your invitation, how could I say no?
I would not have been surprised if you had said no. We did not leave on the best of terms.
No, we did not.
This one would be happy if you joined us at the table.
Dolan glances to Gildas.
Well, I mean, she invited us. Rather than you. I don't know about me.
The offer extends to your companion as well.
Dolan glances back at her, and without saying another word, he takes the seat at the end of the table.
I'll just pull the chair from my other table, like sits by Talon.
Alright. As you sit down, the wolf seems to growl and be about to head closer. Without even casting a glance, Aramu throws a piece of meat at the dog, and it jumps up, snaps it, and basically lays itself down. Just kind of gnarling on a bone. Apologies for the animal. It's not very well trained yet. Who's the person you're inviting at our table? An old friend. See one of the red-cloaked figures give you a very piercing glare, Delon, almost as if like trying to ward you away.
You know what? That's fine. They want to roll on it? Are they trying to roll intimidation, or are they just being...
They're just being,
glare-eyed?
they're just glaring, essentially.
Hmm.
Through
Alright.
a bit muffled through the cloth over his face, you hear him say, "A friend like the one last night who you gave an entire portion of our lamb to?" He had lost his boots and looked hungry. So much alcohol within one's stomach without anything to help digest it is a recipe for disaster, especially within woods with such mystical beasts running around. It would not have done well to not feed him. Just be careful of the company you keep, Aramu. Folks like that, they don't get along with people like us. Aramu just gives a simple smile and turns her gaze back to you. One of the hook-cloaked figures actually stands up, looks to the table, grabs his gear, and walks out the front door. Gildas, with your passive perception, he had an ebony dagger with a almost serpentine-like blade that he sheathed before stepping out.
Does this mean anything, though?
Just a descriptor.
Yeah.
Clearly having very specific gear. Narrative storytelling.
Solana glances back to Lady Aramu and will say, "Seems you're doing well for yourself."
In a sense, this one has found a niche outside of her enclave. We are trackers and hunters. The game we track and hunt is very difficult.
Is that so?
Yes. Very, very difficult. The game we now hunt is wily, crafty, and resourceful.
And what might that be?
You see the brown cloaked figure give Aramu a side eye. She just shakes her head at him. Come now, so much suspicion towards an old friend of mine. Delon is to be trusted. He is a good man. A knight of King's Landing. That's precisely why I'm worried, Aramu.
Well,
If
what's the
any of
worst he can
this...
possibly do?
Indeed, he is far from King's Landing. And besides, if anything sour are to come from our associations with Sir Delon, then I will accept full responsibility. Will this suffice with you? The brown cloaked figure nods, and the red cloaked figure nods as well. She then turns her gaze back to you, Delon.
Mhm.
We are bounty hunters. We find marks, contracts, people who are dangerous or need to be taken down or brought back alive.
Dolan nods. He doesn't really say much.
It is not the most prideful of works, but it puts food within my belly and keeps my gear fresh. This one is satisfied with the work.
Why? I have questions for you. I'd like some answers, if you'd be so kind. When
Of
you...
course. Do you
go
wish
on.
to answer them here or elsewhere?
Elsewhere would be kind.
Yes. This one thinks that is appropriate. She stands, collects her gear, nods to the two beside her. This one will inform you of the things that have transpired after they have happened. Till then, we shall remove ourselves. Careful, Aramu. Yeah, watch yourself. Knights of King's Landing are tricky. No, we are the tricky ones. They're very honest. That she stands and basically brings you over to another table. What precisely would you like to ask?
For one, what was all the business to begin with? We were sent there to rescue Youngbloods, and all of a sudden, we're being told that we weren't meant to survive. And then you let loose arrows and free us, and then run.
It was difficult. It's hard to describe for this one, but perhaps since this one can likely never return, breaking certain rules is not against things if this one is already gone. Blood huntresses such as ourselves, when deep in the hunt, we can become drunk on it. We can become much like a beast which is deep in the hunt and smells blood, razor focused. When we arrived, we were instructed by the forest to clear it of all demons within, all Onis. We went about systematically doing so. But when we found you, the ability to tell the difference was very difficult that night. I regretfully admit that even myself, this one had difficulty. It was your splendor, your shine, that snapped me of my lust. Onis do not shine so.
Well, really, if it wasn't his shining scales, it would have been my own fire brought upon you, because by then I was just about done with all that transpired. So, sorry, but your little stunt was almost the drop. Well, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes, for this I do apologize. I do hope my sisters apologized as well. Simply being drunk upon the hunt is no excuse for casualties. Simply put, we should have been performing better. And I hope that my sisters did so in the future.
We did learn much between then and now, so there's no use really dwelling upon that. Isn't that right, Alan?
Aye, the matriarch did force the blood huntresses to apologize on their behalf. We also learned that, if I'm not mistaken, the being coiling around us that you shot at was the heart of the forest, but while you upset the heart of the forest, the moon goddess was not displeased with your actions,
Yes,
and which enabled you the ability to escape.
it was risky. And there was no proof that this one was making the correct decision. But this one put its faith in its words that it had heard from another. And as for the goals that you'd been sent in to do, to rescue Youngbloods, I thank you for this. I had thought that they were giving them a chance away from the village, a better life. I was wrong.
Is that why you encouraged them to collect them? Young Aqua mentioned that he was not among those that should have taken, but he
Aqua was
heard a
not to be
song.
taken. Aqua was not one of the candidates. He was a good boy.
But he
had
was
a
taken
place within the
nonetheless.
village. Unfortunately, much to my ire, they broke our deal. I was to lead certain individuals to them, and they were to take them and give them a better life. Away from the Enclave, away from the restrictions, a free life where they would prosper. This is what was promised. It was not what was given. As such,
And
when we were
right.
instructed to head inside and clear them all out, I took great joy in vindicating the process. They had broken the contract, broken the rules, lied, and been dishonest from the start. Such immoral creatures needed to be removed from this world.
Can I ask something? So, I know these are your thoughts, but what did this one think about all this as well? Curious to hear.
This one enjoyed the process as well. They had wronged this one, and wronged this one's people.
Oh, but not just that, but the whole process of choosing your people and, or rather, talking to you, her people, and bringing them to them.
This one believes that the people, the children, the young bloods, were going to suffer the fall anyways. Exacerbating and speeding up the process was fine. If they were going to fall anyways, allowing them to fall in a manner in which they would rise again is fine.
I'm sure they
Then
agree
what?
with the thought process.
Yeah. What was this song you used to get them to come to you? How did you learn of this?
The Blood Huntresses know many songs. We are musical. It is part of our rituals. Some perform dances, others perform incantations. I observed one of your people providing wine to spirits. Those are all simply rituals, yes. The music we sing, it is cherished, and it is a ritual. They have power. We do not sing frivolously, but some of us, when we are never observed, sing for ourselves.
And yet, you inflicted a curse upon this boy.
It was best that he did not remember, so he would not get it more further involved within the process. It was for his own safety, to keep him further out of it. Aqua is incredibly inquisitive.
Mm, mm.
If he had remembered, he would have simply kept going further, gotten himself into something that he could not handle, something he could not take himself out of.
Why? Why the betrayal at all? I understand being drunk on blood. Trust me, I do, in the heat of the moment, but why tangle us? Why attack us if I had broken its splendor initially? Why say that we were not meant to survive? Who was speaking in that moment? You or this one or
In that moment, this one and myself were in one and of the same, but we were following orders by the tree. All of it, the heart of the forest.
the heart of the forest demanded our deaths, is that true?
In that instance, yes. You were bound, restrained. It deemed that you had broken a code, broken the rules, the order of things. You had overstepped your boundaries and tread upon sacred ground. You had brought upon great disaster into its very heart. For that, the ultimate punishment was death. The tree
Delon
deemed
glances.
that you rescuing the young bloods simply meant that you earned a merciful death. The moon disagreed. The moon said there were better purposes for you further down the line.
Mm.
The tree was louder
Delon
than the
glances
moon.
at Gilbert.
It was very difficult to hear her in that moment.
But you heard her nonetheless.
As one can hear an echo, a murmuring on the wind. You're not certain whether you hear it at all.
Mm.
When you were bound,
Why?
I had immense regret over recognizing you. I had not known of your operation until we had arrived. All that I had been informed of is that when we saw you, the heart of the forest informed me you had saved the Youngbloods. It's all that I was told. And then it told me you are not meant to survive this process.
Yeah,
Reconnection.
turn to be like, there's the black dragon thing,
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
so I'm just letting her finish, basically.
Yeah.
There we go.
Because
And we'll
Actually, no.
reconnect.
Whatever his fucking name. I forgot. There we go. I remember now.
By letting you go, I had severed a connection with the heart of the forest. My sisters turned upon me instantaneously, and I could not return home. Yet I knew what would transpire should I commit such an atrocity. This one views it in this way. We had broken sacred traditions. We had misled the young bloods, taken advantage of our position as blood chiefess. We were unworthy to continue to be within the village. We had suffered a fall.
Right. Similar to a rentier in a way.
As such, making a simple rite with the intention of making more rites in the future, at the cost of all that we knew and loved, felt like a simple recompense for the sins we had committed. It was a start.
No matter what happened, no matter what we did with Uluru and all that, I still don't believe. It just still doesn't seem quite right with me that the heart of the forest wanted our death. Even though we, at that moment, quite literally saved it from a fate worse than death, probably.
Aye. The Black Dragon was coming through that portal. It would have eradicated every ounce of it, even with the strength of the entire forest with Lady Uluru.
Yet you
It would have
brought
done
it here.
monstrous damage. We did no such thing. The
Your
portal was
presences
open
were
from
the only
start.
living presences felt within the temple, within that lower presence. You were the only ones alive when the evil foul taint had arrived.
Well, I
Thus
suppose,
you are
darling,
responsible.
technically, they wouldn't have been able to do that without Ophelia's presence, but that's not an excuse. There were people in this castle, whether alive or not. There were mages with cloaks much like the ones you've seen outside. There were beings. You've seen them, Onis as well. Harbingers, Moonwalkers. They were inside the castle. We dealt with them, at least the best way we could at the moment.
Hmm.
Prevented, through a literal miracle, the dragon from entering through that portal we created. How we thanked for that, with a quote, merciful death.
You were thanked with a merciful death for saving the Youngbloods. This is the first I have been informed of anything else that you have mentioned.
Well, now you know.
Hmm. And it is the truth. The
Well, the
matriarch and
Harbinger,
patriarch not.
the Harbinger didn't cross the portal. I've seen it. I'll
Hmm.
get you for the fact that it was there.
I am no
Hmm.
judge, I am no jury, I am simply the executioner. I am ill prepared to make informed decisions on whether it is the truth or not, but I will listen.
The matriarch knows of this now. The patriarch knows of this now. Even Lady Arentier knows of this now. Lady Uluru knows of this now. And even when we spoke to Lady Uluru, the heart of the forest seemed to not care. It knew of it now, had more information in it, and what was it, Circuit? Was the equivalent of a shrug?
Right. I mean, it knew, but did not regret the decision.
Yes, the heart of the forest is akin to rarely regretting its choices.
I will say one thing, however. According to Lady Uluru, it would be willing to forgive you but it would not allow another transgression. Not that I wish for you to go back, but I wish you to know that at least.
I have felt it. This one still walks with me. Therefore, this one, we are not severed from the heart of the forest, nor the moon. We walk in moonlight, even now.
As you wish then.
But I personally choose not to return, for I have not atoned. Not yet.
I understand.
Have you been well?
Thorn points to himself. Me?
Yes, you. You as well, and your traveling companions. Have you been well? I must admit, I was worried whether you had gotten out of the entire situation unscathed. I had freed upon you, and shifted all blame onto myself. I knew not what happened afterwards. When I saw you wandering the woods of Asteria, I could not help myself. I needed to make an arrangement.
That's how you knew where I was located. We are doing as fine as can be expected.
Right. We do just come out of a tricky political situation, though we made the most of it.
Aye, there's at least that. And then we did get to eventually go to Lunaria, where I was able to visit my family and make certain arrangements and get better context of the whole situation, aside from the Enclave.
And, I get out the wheelstone, I'll say. And I made friend with the moon as well.
She looks upon the stone for a moment, raises a brow, and gives a curious smile. You say the moon as if it is all-encompassing and only one moon.
Oh, I mean... Whether I'll be friend with an aspect of the moon or the other, really, in the end, it's still part of the moon, so by extension.
Perhaps. It is simplistic and a bit uninformed on our religious practices, but it is not inherently incorrect.
We really are. I mean, I know about it, like other characters, just like,
Yeah, there's just no reason.
being willfully ignorant.
Yeah, makes sense for Gildas. I guess the one will say, Lady Irma, if I may, as lovely as it is to see you again, why am I here? It seems as if once you disappeared out of the forest, you could have been gone. Forever, you could have lived a small, humble life in Sterum, and I never would have found you nor anyone else, so why call me here?
This is a
Seeing you in the
public
forest?
place. You are less likely to do anything within a public place. Most are. Additionally, I understood you are the type of individual, type of man to want answers. And you were left with many questions. It is right to give you the opportunity to have answers to those questions.
Let's see.
And
I'm gonna
personally,
roll insight.
I simply wish
Go
to
ahead.
see you again. She says that last part with a very honest smile.
Roll insight.
Go ahead.
12. Decent enough.
Dawn, what exactly are you looking for insight-wise?
Honesty.
She's being honest.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I got nothing to say. It's like
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, Delon will politely say, Lady Aramu, I understand this. What do you intend to do now? Did you hear my question?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he
That's
was
okay.
sneezing.
No, I was
Yeah.
coughing and then blowing my nose. There's a difference.
It's nature's fault.
Yeah, blame nature.
It is.
Yeah, listen to the druid. Blame nature. The druid's always right.
Yeah,
The
nature
cause
was
and
dead.
solution to life's problems.
Nature is always the problem and the solution.
Yep.
Yeah,
But alrighty.
with the win.
At your question, she sits there for a moment, thinks, and then nods at you. I intend to answer all of the questions that you have, and then afterwards, hopefully leave as friends. I would extend my services to you, but I am not yet done here.
What was that? You blanked out the last bit.
She says, I would extend my services to you, but I am not yet done here.
And what are you? He's like, and what are you doing here exactly besides bounty hunting?
She slides a piece of paper to you that has a sealed envelope on it. This holds the answers. I would not say them here at this table.
Mm. I'll take the envelope then. So she's not going to talk, but she's giving me a letter.
Yes.
And can I read it?
You could open it at the table. There is one person behind you in a red cloak sitting across a ways, so...
I will not do so. I will get up and go to a corner and read it.
Alright.
My back to the literal corner. I'll do it right here near the fireplace.
Gotta
Alright.
look over your shoulder.
Gildas and Delon just stand by the fireplace warming their hands while pretending to warm their hands while they read the letter. Huddled together.
Like, no.
Give me the your lore.
Yeah. You never know, honestly, but
Yeah, honestly, you do. You never know.
yeah. Whose head is she after?
Alrighty.
Tulio. Oh shit.
No. Alrighty, so as you open the letter, it's sealed and it's personally written. It says, Dear Delon, I read this letter, should it find you, to explain that I am currently seeking retribution towards the individuals who have broken the contract and lied upon me. I am ingratiating myself into their cause with the sole purpose of dismantling their operations from within.
Good luck
She
on
just
that.
handed the letter. She just handed that to me.
Basically, yeah.
And the
and at the bottom of the letter, it says, it has no signature. It just says your name and gives that. So there's no traceback, essentially.
Yeah.
It's written in common, very generic looking common, as if whoever wrote it tried purposely to leave no personality on the page. And lastly, it says, this is enough information for you to hopefully understand my reasoning without incriminating you. I have no wish to cause any more harm for you.
Delon sighs, folds it up. I'm actually tempted to just throw it in the fireplace. But I'm gonna glance to Gildas.
Quite a heavy task, isn't it?
Alright. She can't handle all of that on her own. The people that she's going after are.
Oh, she can't, but I glance back to the table over there and say, she isn't exactly alone, and one of them has a damn ebony dagger. That's not cheap. Especially the way it was made.
Alright. Gildas. Should we? It feels so foolish to say, but the quest, her intent may not be the purest, but these red magus have caused many issues for us. They've done harm to almost all that they've interacted with. We cannot let her do this alone. We cannot just send her off and just expect things to work out.
I mean, I have quite literally someone who worked with them in our party.
Alright.
Yeah, you have to take that into consideration, guy.
Right. Well, I think at the very least we could tell her about everything we know about them.
Yeah. At least that seems right. Alright. Let's at least we at least owe her a professional courtesy.
So I help him more directly. I don't think she's something she would want anyway. At least not now.
Alright. Alright. Get to it. So I assume Gildas returned.
Yep.
Delon puts away the letter and he glances back to Lady Erwin.
She just nods at you.
Now, as we sit down, I'll just take out like some blank parchment, and much as like she's written on the letter, I'll just write everything down, everything we know down, and then once I'm done, just slide it over to. Okay, well, a host really. We're the guests.
She accepts it. She doesn't read it now, but she does put it under her cloak. Before you speak, Delon, you currently are of no use to me in this endeavor. However, when the time comes, should you wish to, I would accept aid. And after doing so, I promise you, should your offer, the one you gave me before, still be on the table, you would have my bow and my blade.
So Juan actually like narrows his eyes. Kind of gets a little like
When Delon is thinking you're sus.
like not like it's not even sus. It's more of like you like basically fucking cat, fucking sneaky little shit.
I have something to finish, and until it is finished, I cannot start an obligation.
I understand. I do. I meant it, however, at the time. I want you to know that.
I am well aware, and it sounds lovely. I would very much enjoy to take the opportunity, but I have mistakes to make right.
You do. and I wish you the best of luck in them. I truly do. I think we should make our leave.
Do you have any other questions before then?
Do I? Should basically. Okay, the main questions I had were at a game. How did she rope the young bloods? I had a suspicion that's basically confirmed. She basically thought they were gonna fall, and so she's like, yoink, let me just collect them and then let them free. She used a song somehow and magic to lull them, which was not good. She was told by the Heart of the Forest to kill us, and then said no, and didn't do it, and listened to the moon instead, and then left and threw away everything because she had made mistakes, and she's like, okay, I'm just gonna own up to it. I don't really have much else unless you guys have a question you want to ask.
I think I had one, but I totally forgot about it.
Oh no!
It's
Oh
like-
no! Time sensitive question.
Well, yeah, no, I think I wanted to ask her about her current group, but
I mean,
given like
given,
her goal,
yeah.
like knowing their identity might compromise them.
Yeah.
So I think I'll refrain.
Hmm.
So no, I'll actually say out loud,
Mhm.
say, well, I didn't want to talk about, well, ask about your group, but considering your own goals, I think I'll refrain.
She gives you a small smile and a nod. We appreciate the subtlety.
Mm.
If you are curious about my group, perhaps you should ask the one in the corner who's been observing us since before you arrived.
Getting rusty, Tulio.
He seems to know a lot about us already.
Is that so?
No idea what you're talking about.
None whatsoever. Simply a stranger in the corner of the room who's been observing us.
I mean, this is the kind of place where ears tend to get into places they shouldn't belong.
She actually leans a little closer and says softly, "Be careful of the company you keep, Delon. Some
Delon
people still
nods.
seem to work within the reins of very dangerous folks."
He nods. At that, I think Delon will stand up and he's actually gonna go around to where Aramu is and pluck what seems to be like a scale from his body, and he hands it to her.
She looks at you, bemused or befuddled, before gingerly extending her gloved hand to it and taking it from you. What is this?
It is a. You're going to go into dark areas. Best to have a bit of light with you. That luster breaks you from that stupor. It's best to carry it with you. And should you accomplish your activities, sending something of that will let me know that you're alright. Instead of climbing a tower and sticking a dagger.
You see her eyes soften, and she gives you a gentle smile. And you see her pin it underneath her golden buckle. I will wear it close to my heart, so that its radiant light can embolden me in times of strife.
The one kind of goes, see that you do. Should we meet again? He looks like as if he's about to walk away, and then he looks down for a second, and he gently takes her hand and kisses it.
You see a noticeable dusting of something. It looks like purple on her red skin. But she doesn't say anything and just smiles.
And with that, Delon will let her hand go and begin walking out.
She remains there for a little bit as she watches you go. Alrighty. As you leave, you see that she remains seated watching you go every step of the way. Notably, when you go to leave, the person in the corner of the room is gone. They already left before you did.
Fair enough, Tulio. Fair enough.
He did accomplish what I asked
He
him
did.
to.
He did.
When you step back outside, you kind of walk for a little bit before Yorm pulls down his cloak, pulls his goggles back over his head, and gives you guys a nod. Welcome back. Some people left shortly after you went in there. Seemed like tracking sorts. Pretty dangerous, pretty well geared though. Might be us hunting some big game.
Aye. I think the biggest. Thank you for keeping a lookout.
Of course. No one else went in though. Seems pretty unpopular at the moment.
Right. He's the kind of establishment that's more lively at night.
Mm-hmm. Delon's actually going to take his hand and clap Skildas on the shoulder. And he's going to look him actually straight in the eye and say, "Thank you for coming with me." And I'm going to give a smile.
Oh, thank you for letting me join, really.
No.
I actually expected you to just have a one-on-one with her.
Delon looks down at that for a second and then glances back. I need someone who can sometimes speak to the heart in the moment and not be as tolerant. I need someone who's neutral.
Well, you found your man. He's been
Yep.
at your side for a year now.
Exactly. Has it really been that long in game?
In game, it's been about
Roughly,
almost a year
yes.
now. Yeah, roughly a year. Feels like it, doesn't it? I mean, we're traveling around weeks and weeks and months at a time.
Yeah, basically, like most of the time spent has been traveling.
Yeah, we're just trying to get level 9 so we can finally teleport and not walk like peasants.
Dude, like half the fun is the traveling.
We also found
Just a
the jewel thing in the temple, which now allows us to set a warp point.
Yeah.
Just up to
Ooh.
you
We
to
just need to
set that
find
warp point. You just need to
Correct. We just need to
Well,
do
You
it.
can only
It's a-
set one warp point. If you set
At a time.
another one, it basically overwrites the other. So it's like a fast travel return to this location kind of a thing.
We'll teleport to the warp port.
That doesn't work that way.
999.
And then if you did that, you'd create a dimensional black hole, which would begin sucking things up, and you'd upset the planar police.
Better us than them. That's what I always say.
With that, I think that's a bub turnover, if anything. Before he
Yeah.
falls asleep.
There's something I want to do, but it makes sense for me to do the library stuff first, because I think after I do this thing, Bob won't have a lot of free time.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So then Bub wants to go to the library, and what was he gonna do in the library?
Yeah, so real quick though, before I do that, what is Snacks? Is he in the premises or is he elsewhere?
Snacks, if you go looking around, he's hanging around the Kobold job board,
Okay.
with a hand on his chin, looking at the other jobs.
Mm-hmm.
He seems... You notice that the job board has no more, like, get these magical creatures that escape their pen back kind of a things, and so Snacks is just kind of tilting his head at the job board.
Yeah, so I'm
Those are
gonna go up to
usually
snack.
like the kinds of jobs that stay on the board for a while, though. But they're not. There's
Hmm.
none there at the moment. You saw
Yeah, so
Snacks
I'm
like
gonna
snatch all of them down the other day.
nice. I'm gonna go to snacks and be like, I see you found my favorite place.
Snacks suddenly looks left, looks right, looks up, looks down, and then sees you. Not that he's looking down. He just looked in all cardinal directions before finding you.
Interesting. He rolled a 1. I'm just kidding. So I look down at him. Now that I'm the superior 4-foot tall kobold,
Snacks at the 3'8". Looks a little up.
swipe left unless you're 3'5".
Oh, hello. How are you doing, boss man?
Good. I'm going to the secret parts of the library to delve into the secrets of dragons. Wanna come?
Yes, Snacks will come. Snacks doesn't have work. Snacks is out of jobs that sound interesting to Snacks.
Well, I got a good one for you then.
Lead the way, boss man.
Cool. All right. Have I even been to the library in this game? I know Delon's been there several times. I'm not sure if I've been there though.
You've been there before, just as a kobold who's been in the college multiple times.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we go to the library.
Alrighty. So you go to the section of the library with the topics that you want, as basically the entire Mage Tower is one huge library to some degree or another. Just
Yeah.
books lining almost every wall somewhere.
Okay. So, I had a few things I wanted to look at the library. One was elementals, and the other was about kobolds, their creation, and their affiliation with dragons. And then lastly, I was gonna go over why did I think of Face Speaker? That's not his name. The Giga Druids book that I have.
Okay. So which would you like to start with?
Moonshaper, by the way.
Moonshaper. I keep thinking Face Speaker because that's a subclass of Druid in Pathfinder. So let's go over the dragon stuff first, since I have Snacks here.
Alright. So Snacks
Because I
helps
figured
you,
he could help me go through it. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, Snacks helps you get some of the books off the shelves and some of the stuff and pulls them up on the table. And when he sits down beside you, he tilts his head. Are we studying for test? Snacks is not good at tests. Snacks, flunk.
Now that I'm Lord of Kobolds, it's important for me to understand my subjects at an intellectual level too. But most importantly, I want to delve into the secrets of kobold creation.
Okay, boss man. You learn that. Snacks, give you book and look at pictures.
Okay, let me know if you find anything interesting.
Will do.
Study, 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 study.
Basically.
Well, I don't know, what kind of books do we got here?
So, you guys got some books on, draconic origin theories, as nobody really knows where dragons come from. You got some stuff on, written by lots of weird wizards with wacky names, Middle Finger McDougally and stuff like that.
Oh my god. My hero. He must be gnomish.
But there's a lot of stuff, mostly about you find that the books on kobolds specifically, how they're made, boil down to magical theorem more than anything. It seems to be that the process of making kobolds requires a rather extensive, laborious, and very precise ritual with very specific measurements and ingredients, and the aid of usually what seems to be a dragon. You
Cool.
notice, if you want to learn more specifics, you will have to make a Arcana check.
Oh, I just magically gained proficiency with that. All right, first time. I don't suppose Snacks has guidance. It doesn't say you can't guide yourself, but you don't let me do it, so
No,
sad
Snacks
face.
is not magical. Snacks has no spells.
For now.
Snacks is
Until we
foot
pump
soldier.
him through draconic
Snacks
rituals
is
and
foot
shit.
soldier. Snacks learn new spell. Enhance, reduce. Not reduce. Snacks is bigger
Honestly,
now.
what else do you need when you're melee? I mean, for real, for real.
Snacks
I'm with
learn
that.
something called stun skin.
Stun skin. Oh yeah. I got an 8.
You did sleep
And I don't-
overnight. Do you want to? You would have a. You do have. You do have
Ah! Ah, I got another 8.
10 8s, 38s.
Do you wish to spend more time of your day reading it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean,
Alrighty.
you know, at
If
least
you're
a few
spending
hours.
more time of your day reading it instead of like just a few hours, you're spending several hours on this one book, I'll allow the 17.
Okay.
But alrighty.
Man, reading these magic books is so hard. I don't know how they did it.
Snacks doesn't read it. Snacks doesn't understand at all. What does this even mean? Put the theorized magical antiquity into the summoning circle so that you can perform the ritualistic algorithmic process. Snacks doesn't get it.
What? I'm gonna look at it.
Stacks is just like, you see, like a book he's reading is like part of the process of like making a kobold, but he just doesn't seem to understand what he's even reading at all.
Wait a minute. That means there's a ritual to make kobolds. I'm gonna look at it.
With your 17 on Arcana, while you're looking at it, you find out that Stacks has stumbled across, as he said, he was going to look for pictures that seem cool, and he found a diagram essentially showcasing a hooded wizard in front of a ritualistic circle with ingredients inside of it, and it actually lists several ingredients beside on the second page, one of which lists dragon essence.
Yeah, so is there any so what are the other ingredients like?
One of the ingredients also lists so they're interesting. Some of the ingredients list other parts of animals, notably, and it seems to go on about listing if you want smarter kobolds, you add pieces of creatures that you've harvested that serve as reagents to add to the kobold's intelligence. If you wish for stronger kobolds, you like ones that can do more physical labor, you find hardy creatures to serve as the basis, essentially. Notably, the rituals does not seem to support creating a good at everything kobold. It seems to support specialized kobolds per the request of the dragons. You do note that there's notes within this as well that seem to show that different colored dragons seem to prefer different things in their kobolds. Notably, the wizard who performed this ritual seemed to have done it for most of the current clutch of dragons. He lists that the Pearl requested passionate, earnest, good-natured kobolds. She actually did not request much different from like the baseline kobold. She just basically wanted kobolds with a heroic heart.
Interesting.
Notably, they used the heart of a lion as a basis. The green dragon requested wily, resourceful, independent-thinking kobolds, who basically are just as curious and resourceful as he was. He did not want to babysit them, but he wanted them to be able to do whatever he wanted them to do, essentially, with very little input. They seem to have used either they seem to have used crows or mockingbirds as a bit of a basis, with some monkey in it as well. The blue dragon seems to have used owls and monkey brains specifically, as well as other stuff for his as a basis, as he requested incredibly intelligent kobolds which can with a passion for learning and work and an incredibly good worker's mentality. They also seem to have splashed in some bees or ants and the like for the worker mentality.
Bees. Yeah. So, Bub just looks at this and says, According to this, I have a monkey brain."
Oh, monkeys have big brain, not pea brain.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. So, to make a kobold, what you need to do is you need to gather parts from various creatures that you hunt, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you sprinkle some dragon essence on it, and poof, you get a kobold.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, well,
Snacks
you have to
is
make
more
this...
than just bits and pieces stitched together with dragon. Snacks is snacks.
Poof, dragon essence. Also, you have to make this magic circle, but I don't really get that part. It's too complicated.
Snacks tried to read it. It is gobbledygook.
Well, I think I have to go take some classes, because this isn't enough. But this is a good start. Thank you, Snacks. I'm trying to think of what I would think is appropriate extra pay.
If silver is worth a regular job for a kobold, it seemed like you did a great job. That's like silver. So 2 or 3 silver for helping out is pretty good for just sitting around.
Sure, I'll give him a silver coin.
Oh, snacks is worth silver. Excellent. Snacks make more than copper.
That is adorable.
Okay. Now, Act 2. Ready? Act 2, Act 2, Act 2. Elementals. And I'm going to explain to him, while we're looking for the books on elementals, how I met, ancient elementals and stuff. It was very interesting. It's getting dark super early.
Yup, it's already pitch black outside over here. Snacks now has 1 silver.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll update it to reveal how much he made on the bounties later.
Cool. 35,000 gold.
No, not that much.
Yeah, I know.
But alrighty. So you're looking at elemental stuff now, right?
Yes.
Sounds
Specifically the language. I know technically there wouldn't be anything written, but I just want stuff about elementals that I may not have learned from the elementals.
Alrighty.
And if there's any sort of correspondence to a language that any of the scholars here have written about, that I could use as part of my correspondence.
You find a book showcasing that it seems to be an unpopular book, as it's just basically about linguistic theory, but it's of note because the author tries to form a connection between Gnomish and many other languages, including Primordial, where it says that the only language he found that could theoretically be adapted into another language where one could say, communicate it to other people in a way that makes sense is through some of the roots of Gnomish.
Well, I don't know, Gnomish.
You also learn that you learn a lot of the similar stuff that you've already learned about different elementals.
Yeah.
You do learn one thing though about elementals that you did not learn before. Elementals are believed to serve as nature's brooms and mops, if you in a way.
Interesting.
Where they go, if there is an elemental that appears naturally, it is usually cleaning or cleansing an area.
That gives me an idea. So Bub's gonna look through his memories. I'm just trying to think. So there's like, that corruption that we see occasionally, and I'm just trying to remember if there was any time where there were elementals in the vicinity.
The first instant one that comes to your mind is the water elementals that you saw before. The large
Right.
guardian one was clearly there as a guardian, but the smaller ones, they seemed to listen to him, but they were there seemingly of their own volition. They were gone when the door was opened, though.
Still don't know who opened the door. It bothers me.
You did.
I did it though.
I mean, you opened the door in the astral plane area, which opened the door in the real world, essentially.
Naruto. I didn't do it.
Bump is innocent. Bump did nothing wrong.
Which one was that? Io?
Yeah, that was
there?
Io that you
Okay.
found in there. Which you talked to before.
Seems like elementals they do cleaning jobs for nature.
I see. Elementals are very powerful and bad at hunting. Not much you can have after defeating one. They turn back to elements. If you kill a giant rock elemental, it just turn into rocks. Not useful. Bad game for hunting.
Yeah, would I know they're outsiders? Probably.
Would you know what?
Elementals are outsiders. Aren't they? Or am I thinking elementals might be their own type, come to think of it. I don't know how they're classified in 5th edition.
You don't know too much about Plains, Bub, as nobody in my campaign setting does. Except very specific people. But what you do know is that, as a druid, you know that elementals do just kind of seem to appear out of nature, and they are made of nature. You also know that some wizards have used or like summoned elementals before, so they seem to be summonable. But you also know that summoning an elemental can be incredibly dangerous. But it's not necessarily a bad thing to attempt to control one. It's just depends on the elemental and the purpose you're using it for, kind of a thing.
Right. Interesting. I'm gonna summon my fairy, and I'm gonna be like, Freya, I can't believe I've been asked this before, but what languages do you read?
Oh, me? I can read Common, Sylvan, Fey, Elvish. I can read. Well, Primordial's not red, but I can understand it. And I can also understand Druidic.
What do you think about this theory here?
Hmm.
I point to the book.
You see her flutter down and literally stand on the book. She like walks around as she reads it. Kind of one hand on her hip before scratching her head and turning back to you.
I don't really know what Gnomish is, but the words are really weird. They're like I'm not like the smartest fairy here, but it's weird. That
Yes, you
letter
are.
there.
You're the only fairy here.
She pauses for a moment, and then thinks, and nods to herself with quite a happy, confident grin.
You're right. Therefore, I'm the smartest fairy.
Indeed.
After nodding self-congratulatorily to herself for like 30 seconds, she finally points back down to the book.
This letter here, though, it looks kind of like this, like a letter in Sylvan, but this letter kind of looks like a letter in Elvish, and that looks kind of like, if you were to say that aloud, it would kind of sound like Druidic. What is this language again?
Primordial? Oh, you mean Gnomish? Wait, Primordial or Gnomish? Which one is she asking?
She's pointing at gnomish characters, essentially, on
Huh?
the page.
That's Gnomish. They're the ones who control the banks.
Oh, that's the dwarves.
Wait, no, but we have a Gnomish bank, don't we? That's
No,
that's
the
all
dwarves.
Bub
The
would-
dwarves run the bank, but the gnomes basically make the bags of holding that send the gold to the dwarvish bank.
But Bub doesn't know that. He just knows that the
I mean, you were
gnomes
there.
shoot
You were
You were
there when
there
we
when it
got
was
the bank.
explained, but did Bub pay attention? That is a good question.
That's a real question.
Well, I didn't pay attention, so Bub didn't pay attention either. Why would a dwarf need a bank? He just needs a vault. I guess if it's a vault, I understand. If it's a bank, I don't.
What's in
understand.
But
the
where are you
bank
gonna put the
usually?
money?
Yeah, what's
Usually
in
in
the
the
bank
vault.
usually? It's a vault.
It's
Who are the
like
best vault
a
pickers?
giant vault
Dwarves.
where gold coins and rubies and shit literally sit. Like it's literally like a giant treasure trove locked by dwarvish traps and shit.
Cool.
Don't
Yeah.
rob the dwarvish bank, you will all die. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is party's too lawful for that.
But she, after you mention that it's gnomish, she just kind of like tilts her head at it a little bit more.
What a weird language.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just so odd. Like, why are the words like that? Who would make a language that just... It's like they took parts of other words and, like, changed them or something.
Well, gnomes help take care of our money.
I don't know if you could talk or explain primordial to people through this, like the book seems to say, but maybe. I mean, you could do it with other languages.
Well, I guess I could just talk to elementals, but it seems like I don't know. I
It
feel like
takes a
something's
while.
missing. Yeah. I wonder if there's a better way. This is a tough one. Well, I have to take some classes first. Maybe then it will get my idea.
Okay, bub. Let's go to class.
She just like floats up onto your head again.
Activate class. Activate Arcana class.
So then, after reading about that a little bit, you're gonna go to the Arcana class.
Yep.
All right.
And I'm going until I get the freaking proficiency. I need it. And then I'm gonna do stealth because my stealth actually isn't that good. And then I'm gonna do perception finally. But yeah, that's my plan.
All right. Make me an Arcana roll. No, make me 3 Arcana rolls.
Arcana into the future. Hold on. You activated my magic card.
You played a quick play spell? You bastard.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Alright.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know what the D100 means.
You don't need to know.
It's okay, they're for me. Alright. Let's see, how much of a success were those two? Okay, hold on.
I should have my
Okay.
fairy assist me on every check. I feel like that'd be cheating, though.
Okay, so you don't gain expertise in Arcana at the moment.
Okay.
You want to keep studying it? That will totally take
Yeah.
you into the next day.
Yeah. No, seriously, I do though, because
Okay.
because like there's these two big hanging mysteries that I want to get. You know, if I can get some benefits and get me on track for them, then I can be doing them over the course of the campaign. So I'm all for it.
Alrighty. So this will move you into day 4. So make
I mean,
me
they're
3
busy like
more
on the
Arcana
road and
checks.
shit. So
There's a day 4.
For Bubba, essentially.
we never said how long we were staying here. So
True, Bub's just like study. Party just waits, chilling around for a few extra days while Bub finishes taking classes.
Come down there, you big fucking nerd.
nerd. I'm a nerd.
Critical.
All right. Well, I got 2 good rolls and 1 bad roll. One was a crit.
Neat.
Congratulations, Bub! You have expertise in Arcana now.
Oh yeah. Okay, so how long did that take? I'll change my character sheet.
That took about 6 hours of studying.
Study. Expertise. Let's see if it worked.
So you basically studied after studying yesterday, and you took the test, and this time you passed.
Yeah. So I'm gonna come out and be like, I did it. To Snacks. I need your help for this next one. You're the expert.
Oh, and good job. You are, your monkey brain is good.
Yeah. So I need to learn the art of stealth. I'm very stealthy, but I need to be stealthier because the creatures that we're running into, they're more perceptive than ever.
Got it. Come with Snacks. Snacks will teach you with how he was taught. But remember,
Extracurricular.
monkey brain just make you smart. You don't have monkey tail or monkey posable thumb on toe. You not as nimble as monkey.
I can if I want to, Bub says.
Yes, that's his spirit. So do not be dumb. You cannot become monkey. You are kobold.
Okay.
But you can be as the monkey. Think like monkey. Make noise like monkey. Swing from tree like monkey. Eat banana like monkey.
I could definitely turn into like what is it? The really powerful ape thing. I forget what it's called with polymorph.
Snacks like throws a freaking coconut at your head.
That's cheating.
Okay, I'll do it in kobold form.
But
I'm gonna
alrighty.
think about my monkey form while doing it though.
Alrighty, so Stacks takes you outside, and he basically, Stacks after taking you outside, says, Snacks will be right back. And he rushes off. He comes back and he basically has a bucket filled with small pebbles.
Okay, now Snacks is going to close his eyes, and you are going to hide. Snacks is going to tell you to find a way to sneak past Snacks' line of sight across this field, from that point to that point. If you can get to that point without Snacks seeing you, then you pass. If you cannot, Snacks, as soon as he sees you, will throw pebble at your head. The pain will remind you to sneak better. Now then, are you ready to begin?
Yeah.
Good. 1, 2, 3.
All right, I start running and like in the distance, and I say, "Be a smart kobold. Be a smart kobold." I know. I'm gonna shape Earth, and I'm gonna hold my breath, and I'm gonna go underground and keep shaping Earth to get past him.
So as you're doing
Right.
so, you find that suddenly, as you're digging forwards, you bump head first into Snacks' head, and he throws a pebble at your snout.
Snacks found you. Try again.
I really thought that would work. I come out.
You think like kobold. Snacks kobold too. Kobolds love to dig and set traps. It was obvious. Try again.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, so I throw a good berry at him to distract him, and then I go in the other direction.
Snacks immediately throws a pebble at your head.
Oh, that would have worked on me.
Good berry is delicious though, but you cannot bribe Snacks to look the other way. Snacks takes training very seriously, but thank you. Snacks will accept.
Okay. All right. All right, so on my belly, I'm solid snaking to the other side.
Alright, make a stealth roll.
Oh, nice.
So you sneak for some time before eventually, just before you reach the end, you find a pebble is thrown just near your foot, but it barely misses you.
Snacks think you are there. Maybe? Snacks not sure.
I cross the finish line.
You do.
Ah, good job. Now you tell Snacks. Was pebble close?
Very close.
Snacks knew you were somewhere in there, but not sure where. But Snacks trusted gut and threw pebble. Thought he hit head, but no thunk.
Scary.
Good job. You are better sneaker. Think and do stuff like that. You will succeed. The more you get close and familiar with moving quietly, the better you become at it. It is skill trained.
Okay. I understand how to be quiet, but how do I be quieter all the time to get the drop on enemy?
You tiptoe, or you walk in way which make pads of your clawed feet step evenly across ground. Think of if you step on sand. Sand crunch beneath foot if you set down normally. But if you spread foot out in certain way and you step quietly, sand move out softly beneath your foot, like so. But if you stomp, you hear crunch, 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 crunch.
Okay, can I see?
Yes.
I'm gonna watch.
Snacks first demonstrates just running across the sandy ground normally. You just hear like crunch, 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 like stomp, 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 stomp the whole time. Then he demonstrates like how he walks normally, and you just notice that Snacks he changes his posture so that the weight of how he moves is different. That's actually why he seems to hunch everywhere.
You can eventually get good enough to walk fast like this. Snacks has observed Yorm do so. Snacks has not figured out secret trick Yorm uses. He
You have to
says
pick
it is
that.
dwarven engineering. Snacks does not believe him. It is trained skill, not engineering.
I've seen Tulio do that too. It seems like some sort of special training.
Yes, you train yourself. Train the skill.
Okay.
All skills can be self-taught if you just have the gusto and the know-how to learn where to start. If you can, learn from master. That's what snacks do.
Okay. Well, if I take the stealth class, can you correct me so I can do better?
Yes, snacks
And-
can do so.
Maybe you could tell the instructor a thing or two.
Oh, Snack's not that good at it. Not yet. Snack's not teacher. Snack's student. In ways of sneaky.
Okay, let's go then.
Snacks will attend. Did not know class exist.
Stealth class.
Stealth class
What
weirdly
stealth class?
resembles what Snacks was doing, but it's by some kooky wizard with weird goggles on his head that look like swirly glasses or something.
What stealth class? No one's ever heard of no stealth class.
Stealth class is for those in the know. Bub is in the know. And
Society, that's how you pass.
It's at gate 9 3/4.
and the stealth class, the teacher basically every time he finds you, which he basically teaches you by making it a student hunt. Imagine the forest of death, but if he finds you, he just blasts you with magic missile.
He blasts with the revelation that Anko's plot never gets resolved.
Because Orochimaru gets killed off screen.
Yeah.
And then she gets fat.
Yeah, then she gets fat.
No, she doesn't. Burrito is a bad fever dream that I had
Burrito.
while eating a Taco Bell burrito.
Burrito.
All of a sudden, they lost a bunch of budget when making that series. Because the character designs are awful.
That's
But
the name of
alrighty.
the abridged series. Burrito.
But alrighty, Evan, make me a stealth roll. Snacks already made his for the class. Actually, make me 3, that's correct. If I'm gonna make Stacks, make 2 more.
Roll into the future.
Alrighty. So 9, 17, 9, 20, 16, 11, 10, okay. So Snacks gets 1 D100 roll. And you get 1 D100 roll.
Rolled 2 5s. Like a buster.
So neither of you passed the stealth class. You leave with magic missiles having impacted your literal behinds, and him basically kicking you in the butt out of the class and just telling you to come back next time. Teacher,
Oh, no.
Snacks rubs his tail a little bit.
Teacher is hard. Snacks likes him. Great, better
We got it.
students.
We gotta pass. We gotta pass.
Okay, we go right back in. Show him our Moxie.
Snacks just turns around and walks
Stealthing
right back into the building.
the future.
Okay, so Snacks
And Bub,
gets
roll
2,
above a 10. Yes.
and Bub gets 2. So really quickly copy because I'm gonna be doing this a little bit.
Copy paste.
It's just faster.
I don't know if big or small is better.
Alright, so because Bub is the player character, I'll determine that is a success for the player character more than not. Bub, you are now proficient in stealth.
Hooray! Well, technically I'm already proficient.
Oh, you were going for expertise?
Here, let me double check though. It has a check on it.
It does. So then you're proficient, it looks like.
Which thing do I need to put on? Oh, it's this one. It's just that I have a low dexterity.
Fair enough. It's okay, Snacks also has a low dexterity.
Really? A
Yep.
ranger has low dexterity?
He ain't a ranger, he's a fighter.
I thought he was a ranger the entire time.
No, Snacks is a weirdo. He's basically a fighter who has a lot of gear.
Suboptimal.
Yes, but he's more interesting that way.
Okay.
It's okay,
do we
most
have
of his
time
gear
left
lets
on
him
this
use his
day?
strength.
Do I have time left on this day?
You have time for one more class.
Perception.
Alright. Make me a perception roll. Maybe 3 as you're here, actually. With class. Alright.
I love how 1 is always 5 or lower.
Alright, you do not become proficient or expertise.
Okay. So this is day 5. Day 6, perception!
Oh my gosh. Make me 3 more.
Oh,
Y'all are
God,
just
guys.
like y'all gonna finish all your stuff, and you're just gonna wait for Bub to finish. Like you're just see he took like an excessive amount of classes.
Bold of you to assume that they're not gonna do some involved thing.
Bub, you have a bad day at school.
Yeah. Damn.
Make me 3 more.
I don't. Okay. Afternoon failed. Time for afternoon class.
You get 1 to 100.
Okay.
You become proficient in perception.
Finally! After like 30 sessions. My passive Okay, I have one more class later today.
Wait,
You
what
do
did
have
Evan
technically
get?
room for 1 more class in the evening if you want.
Perception!
Make me 3 perception rolls.
Perception!
Oh my god.
Perception!
Bub's like,
Bob has enough time for 1 more class before we're forced to leave. I'm being threatened by Yorm with the blunderbuss to leave. It's time
They're
for
all
us to
busy
go.
on personal quests, so I can just grind.
They're threatening me under the threat of force. If I don't quit taking
Oh my
additional
God.
classes, they're gonna leave me behind.
So what did he get after so long? What did he finally master stealth?
let's see. Roll 3 more perceptions, Bub,
Yeah.
for the evening class.
Oh,
You have a bad night. You have a bad night in class.
No.
Shit at night.
That's after I got better. Alright.
Because
Next day
the
comes
gods-
perception.
The gods have decided you will not best me in perception.
The funniest shit about like the way I've purposely structured like proficiency and expertise classes is that getting proficiency is harder than getting expertise.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because I treat it like it's already a trained skill. You're just refining the skill at that point.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Perception, day 7, let's go.
Hold on, are y'all gonna let Bub do this or no?
I thought we'd be here for at least a week to take classes and stuff. Like, that's been my plan the whole time. I literally have to do one
we
other
were
thing.
just there. We were there just quickly just to get some information. Like you tell the dragon like whatever. Like you're the one taking the week. Like we'll basically be waiting for you for like 4 days. If
You guys
not,
should
well,
take classes, guys.
we'll just like outright just fucking leave you.
This might be our last chance, guys. We gotta take classes now. For seriously.
I'm gonna literally leave this up to the other players here. Are you going to let Bub take another class? That would need like some extra time here, or are you not?
That's fine. I'm okay with it. Why not?
What about you, Gildos?
I mean, I'm on the leaning on the side of no. Like, honestly, then you have like we have to find like something to fill out those 4 days.
I will grind.
Grind, grind.
Delon might grind too. Why not?
Exactly. Like, this is our chance, guys. We might not
Yeah.
ever get to come back here.
The others should be like, how about that become expertise in something else too? Yeah, why not, right?
So I'm like, yeah, just get my skills. I wouldn't gonna take my, I guess, performance right of the build. Just make it a +4 instead of +1. I mean,
Have you already maxed out your perception and religion and stuff and insight? Probably.
I can like expertise in inside, but like I'm already essentially perma-rolling it with advantage. So like, is there even a point to that?
Overkill, overkill, overkill.
I mean, I'll think about it. It's just like, yeah.
All right.
Day 7, day 7, day 7.
Fine. 7. No more though. So make me 3 more after that.
Okay.
You are doing
the
some
morning.
cram AP classes.
Yeah, in the morning I'm taking my AP classes.
So wait, that's a 7, a 13, and a 24. Okay.
Of
1d100.
course, one of them's a war. Lol.
Wait, that gets 2 actually, because it's a pretty good roll. You do not succeed.
Afternoon. Perception, perception. There we go. Oh, of course, one of them's a 1.
Let's roll 4 d100s.
Come on, Bob. I need that last time
Congratulations,
block.
Bub. You have
Yes!
passed.
Yes, I need that last time block to do the only other thing I need to do, and then we could like this place could get blown up, and I wouldn't care.
Are you sure about that?
No, I'd care. I'd care. I'm just like
Do not tempt the
Bub's
fates.
loyalties have been tested. He's now Lord of Kobolds.
Alrighty, so that was essentially you have expertise and perception now.
All right, so I want Snacks to help me out with this, but basically, during dinner time, I want to talk to the kobolds, and then I'll be done, and they can just do stuff.
Alright, so you
Well,
want to do
that's
that and just leave the rest of the session for them then?
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
What's he doing, Snacks?
Looks
Yeah,
like he's
so-
talking to other kobolds.
Yeah.
Yay!
All right, so I saunter in to the kobold dining hall, I suppose. 4 foot tall, towering over the other kobolds, looking down, and I go, "Hello."
You see a Hogwarts style, just humongously long table with like cafeteria table with a bunch of kobolds sitting at it. They all look up in perfect unison, raise one hand, and smile. Hi, Bub.
Hello, kobolds. I have been given the incredible honor from the Blue Dragon. And I have been empowered with draconic energy for a very important experiment to see. Do kobolds ascend like dragons do?
They just kind of stare and nod.
And so, because of this, I've been studying the subtle art of kobold creation. And I was thinking, you know, kobolds, we're a very special type of creature in that we're very specialized and be really, really good at various things.
They nod.
That's when it hit me. I've been thinking all along, we need so much power to stop the evil that encroaches upon nature. And I'm going to tell them about the black dragon, etc.
They stare gobsmacked, not fully comprehending. The main question you keep getting, Bub, is dragons. Are they be evil? Dragons can't be evil.
No, It is the miasma that is evil. And I figured it out. What is something that the world needs that can help everybody out? And then I realized that's kobolds.
Yes, kobolds are very good at things.
Oh, lots of the kobolds just seem to nod at that. Just
Yeah, we're very good. More kobold, yeah.
Yeah, here we do everything that needs to be done because we have the job board. But what about all the jobs that don't get done everywhere else? I think it's sad.
see, like a lot of the kobolds just look down at like the idea that there's so much jobs that just aren't getting done.
That's
So-
horrible.
We have the solution. Kobolds!
They're just like,
Kobolds for everywhere else.
Yeah, you need help? Rent a kobold.
one kobold just blatantly points at Snacks.
Is that what you did? Snacks is bought and paid for.
Yeah, like Snacks. He's very useful. I
Yes,
point to Snack.
Snacks is very useful. Bought and paid for, 1 gold.
But need some cleaning? Get a kobold. Need to run away from some monsters? Get a kobold. Need to go hunt some creatures for food? Get a kobold. Need to read some hard books? Get a kobold. He literally like drones on and all the things the kobolds could help with for like 5 minutes.
The kobolds listen and just nod, getting really, really into it. They're really excited at this. But one of the kobolds does actually kind of like, he stands up on his little like wooden bench, so he's a little taller than the others.
This is a really amazing book. Where do we get these kobolds?
So, it's very simple. And I'm going to explain the kobold creation process. And you just need, and then I end it with, you just need a little bit of draconic acid sprinkled on the top.
Kobolds just like blankets you. They don't seem to comprehend that idea at all.
Yeah, so I see that and I say, it's okay, fellow kobolds. You do not need to understand it, for I am the Lord of Kobolds, and I can understand it for you.
They seem to kind of nod at that, but one kind of tilts his head.
Are you really the Lord of Kobolds? Wait, don't you have a badge or something?
Yeah, I show him my badge. I literally have a badge.
He nods that, really satisfied. Oh, okay. Just immediately nodding, just understanding.
Congrats on the promotion, Bob.
Thank you. Hooray! So, I was thinking, here in, it's Asterium, right?
Yes.
Here in Asterium, we are a lot more civilized than in other places. So, it's also a lot less dangerous. So, here would be the perfect place to start it.
Don't we send the kobolds with missing limbs into Asterium to do work?
Do we?
You do actually. There's some kobolds in Asterium that if they got hurt on the job at the tower and that they could do better work outside, you send them out into Asterium to like sweep floors and stuff. They bring the
Cool.
money back to the college, essentially.
Cool. Now I'm just thinking, like, how can we like regenerate the crippled kobolds to use them for labor?
Why do that? You could just make more kobolds.
Well, first we have to successfully do that. I don't know what draconic essence means, but I'm pretty sure I can't do that.
You basically have to get it from a living dragon or just from a dragon. And most dragons would never consent to such a thing.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna get out like a ledger, and I say, all right, now if I can get your kobold signatures, I'll show this to the blue dragon so we have his seal of approval.
You see as they all like line up single file in a very well organized line, ready to like put their signature on it. Their signature
Sweet.
basically boils down to their claw print.
Cool. Will it blend? No. No. Mad Druid Arc.
But alrighty, after some time, you have like several sheets of paper with lots of kobold like claw prints on it, just like smacking their hand on ink and like pressing it into it. The kobolds here seem really up for like the idea of getting more kobolds to do more work out in the world.
Yeah.
One kobold actually, well, after sticking his hand on, does ask you a question though, Bub.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we are all kobolds in here. We all have work here. Where are we gonna find more kobolds for more work outside? We've all got jobs here already.
Well, you see, I've been thinking about that, and actually, there's lots of kobolds. And I'll just explain how many kobolds. Like, I saw all the white kobolds. What other type of kobolds did I see? I saw some red ones.
You've seen white and green so far. The only red one you've seen is Snacks.
Okay. And so I'll explain that I saw more kobolds, and then I'm gonna say, yeah. And what was it? The bronze dragon needed kobolds.
You offered it. He doesn't seem to know what a kobold is. But you
He doesn't
basically
know
told
who
him
the-
that like you think he needs them.
Okay. All right. Okay, that helps. Dragon kobolds. Was it bronze or brass? I know I just asked, but my brain fart.
I think it's
Bronze.
brass or bronze. Okay, bronze it is then. Whichever. I'm treating them interchangeably, even though I know they're different.
Rent a kobold biz. Okay, there we go. All right, updated. All right, so I'm just gonna go up to the blue dragon, and assuming he'll see me.
He will see you, but only very briefly.
Yeah, that's all I need. Hi, I have all these signatures. What do you think?
It's a good idea, Bub, but I think that getting the other dragon's kobolds to do work for us is unlikely to work. Those kobolds all have jobs for them as well. Their dragons give them kobolds. Their dragons give them work to do as kobolds, just as I have given all of you work.
Well, I was thinking, the bronze dragon doesn't have any kobolds. So maybe we could do a trial period to show him how useful kobolds could be. In the meantime, they work for us.
He says that like menacingly.
The blue kind of chuckles, but just kind of shakes his head a little bit.
I do not think that I can speak for other dragons' kobolds. And all the kobolds I have here are already very hard at work, diligently doing what they need to do.
Well, I've been doing some studying, and I just need something called draconic essence, and then we can make more.
Good
Is
luck
that like
finding
blood?
such a thing.
Is that like blood?
No, it's life energy of a dragon.
Huh? I don't understand. Like, is that like the energy of nature?
No, it's the energy of a dragon. It's different. It's
Huh?
it's a natural energy that only comes from dragons. Such a thing is personal to a dragon and only given if a dragon deems the other worthy of having it.
Is that like the energy used to make me a lord?
Yes, it's very similar.
The Bub's just like thinking really hard about that. Well, Bub can't create that kind of energy.
No. The only place
Maybe-
you would be able to get such a thing is from a dragon.
Okay. Well, can I have some?
No. I'm sorry,
Why
Bub.
not? It's a great idea.
It isn't a great idea. But if you were to use my draconic energy to make kobolds, you just make more blue kobolds.
Hmm. Well,
The energy
blue is
used
best.
the energy used is who the kobolds become bound to, Bub.
Hmm. Well, how do I get dragon energy?
You ask a dragon for it. If they give it, they give it. If not, they don't. Be careful asking, though, as many dragons take insult to bringing up such a thing. Dragons usually choose to give it, or give it away for purposes, such as making more kobolds.
Hmm.
Though I suppose if you were to do such a thing, from a strictly scientific perspective, if you were to find a corpse of some sort, I suppose you could harness some from a dragon corpse. We do not decay as other creatures do. Our bones dot the lands.
Okay. Well, I'll get back to you. I think I have an idea.
Well, okay, Bub. Just be careful. Dabbling in draconic essence is very dangerous.
Hmm. Well, Bub has very important work to do, so it has to be dangerous.
Well, okay then. Just remember what I've always said about dangerous work. Work smarter, not harder. If you're doing dangerous work, remember to follow proper safety protocols before doing it. If the beaker explodes, at least you were wearing your protective gear.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, sir. And
Yes.
you'll hear of Bub's famous exploits. We're going to be doing some big things.
I expect big things from you, Bub.
All right, so I take my I go back to my room and sleep, and then the next day take my leave. There we go.
Alright. Bub's just over here telling the blue dragon,
We're gonna have the best kobolds, the best. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. Just you wait.
But yeah, I have an idea of how we can get kobolds of a particular variety, of a particular dragon that we may have come upon during our journey.
Uh-huh. So you get there, you know.
But alrighty. So with Bub having finished his scholastic endeavors, we'll move back over to Gildos.
My friend.
So Gildos, after leaving the tavern with Delon and Yorm, what did you get up to?
Well, assuming we're still traveling together, we're going to drop off the letters. Then, yeah, go to the gnome tailor shop as my first destination.
Alrighty. So you make your way over to the gnomish tailor, and you find them. They're exactly where their last shop was, where it was before. They seem to be, as you walk in, you hear the bell chime over, and you see the two old women scuttle right about.
Let's see.
They kind of pace around you for a moment before you take a step back.
We remember Gildas Amand.
Well, I hadn't said my name back then, but yes,
Oh.
Gildas. But yeah,
They actually kind of like take a step back, cover their mouths, as if they didn't mean to say that.
although the names will be resurfaced by now, so it's all the same, really.
Yes, it was on the merchant license.
Was it though?
They just kind of whistle.
Uh-huh. Nah, it's fine. I'm just saying, like,
It's in character for Nobes to do shit like that, though. To be fair.
Yeah. We'll just run some background checks, just real quick. Right.
Basically.
Well, be that as it may, though, I did have an inquiry on potential hire of your services.
Oh, yes. What can we sew for you? Do you need another regal gown? Was the last one damaged at a specially fun ball, perhaps? Is there a wine stain?
No, nothing like that.
Juan is just
like-
laughing in the background.
Yeah, well, as you do, you see me, like, take out a parchment and lay it on a table. And as you get closer, you can see that it is what I've drawn on the previous day, like dimensions and all that. Then I look to the gnome and say, how long would it take for you to create my banner?
Not long at all. Quite simple, but elegant. It wouldn't have the eccentricities or the elaborate weavings of a noble gown, but we could make it resilient, quite and beautiful and large, seen from afar. Do you wish for multiples? Is this a batch order?
No, just a single one at the moment.
Yes, alrighty then. One single banner. How large would you like the banner to be? Do you wish it to drape over a castle wall to be seen from miles upon miles? Or is it to be on a flagpole, waving and seen from a few yards away?
Well, actually, there's all actually like dimensions on that, but like, yeah, essentially you'd be at the top of the main hut, the tribe. So, I suppose, yeah, seen from big enough to be seen from afar, but like not.
You don't want to be antagonistic and show your banner from miles apart.
Just far enough to like once you go.
You can see it if you get on their land, but not outside of their land, kind of a thing.
Excellent. Yes, we can do that quite easily. I should run you a simple fee of about 150 gold for the entire process. It will be weather resilient, as well as tear resilient, and flame retardant.
Asadi, that's actually it's cheaper than I thought it would be.
Oh, you're a good customer. Repeat, and it's only the one. If you had multiples of such things, well, the batch would give you a batch discount, but it would still be roughly 100 per flag. If you were to arm an entire militia, or perhaps an entire merchant traveling caravan, you would need multiple flags for each caravan cart.
She has a point.
Right. Though, if you had to sew it into someone's clothes, how much would that run be?
Oh,
Well,
a simple
much would that
patch job? No, that is no harm at all. Sewing a nice emblem such as this into another fabric as if it was there all along is a simple job for us. It would charge you no more than 50 gold. Per article, per patch. If you get a batch, we would give you a discount, 35 gold.
Because I'm thinking, yeah, I'd occurred to either I do it on my common clothes, the one I essentially wear all day,
Yeah.
or I sew it into the noble clothes that I got from Illinois, though we're essentially keeping for the ball. I mean, I could do both, but
Probably. Yeah, you could. Your normal clothes probably seems more every day showing your banner. And if you're looking to do it on your fancy clothes, you could always just actually Dylan will say that openly. If I might interject.
please.
Well, for patching on normal clothes is quite common, actually, especially for a traveling merchant, more necessity. For if you're considering doing so on more lofty clothing, I have no doubt they would be able to do it with sublime detail, I would actually recommend more of a pin to be placed instead, closer to the chest, In that way, you are recognized in clothing, and it does not wear or tear on additional clothes. Am I incorrect in this assumption? He looks to the gnomes.
The gnomes under our coffin are indisposed at the moment. Yeah, you're
yeah.
right that a pin would be a good idea actually, because then I can
Mhm.
just wear it on there, just about anything.
I was actually thinking of wearing a pin. Delon was going to have a pin made of his shield symbol for the bowl because representing. But yeah, it's like they usually do that kind of sort of things, anyways. But yeah, if you're going to represent your people, you probably want to do it on. You don't want to damage your fancy clothing. You want to put it on the pin, usually on the pendant on the right or left breast, whichever is your sword arm.
I don't have no sword arm, I have a mace arm.
Mace arm, sword arm,
Yeah.
whoever you kill
Well, no,
people with.
technically, I do have like a sword arm. It's like, I've trained with a long sword first before doing
It's
mace.
usually the opposite. So if you are protecting, if you're right-handed and you're wielding your sword, then you would have it on your left breast.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I am proficient in long swords. It's just that
Right.
maces
You-
are.
And you can always make the pendant yourself.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could.
At the mention of a pendant that you could clip on or clip off, the gnomes nod, but they actually commune amongst themselves very quickly before kind of skittering their way back over to you.
We would not be equipped to make you a pen. We are tailors. That is more of
Mhm.
a metalworker's profession.
Mhm.
Or a jeweler, perhaps. We could recommend you an excellent gnome jeweler, if you wished. Or there's a dwarvish jeweler down the street. We are very good acquaintances. But what we could do for you is make you a neckerchief or perhaps a cloth. Most gentlemen of many of the highest standing have cloths with their family symbols upon them. We could perhaps make you one of such a cloth.
Delon actually nods at that. They're also correct. That is also well established.
Well, you answered my question before I asked, so. Well, if you would please make one with that symbol, I could quickly scribble something before stopping. Like, no, you probably already know, don't you? Like, other character was like scribbling my actual family, like stuff I would put on it.
They give you a
Well,
brief smile with their hands behind their backs and kind of wave back and forth, kind of like a pendulum for a moment.
We simply wish to get to know our business partners.
Right.
Mm.
Well, if you would be so kind as to make a handkerchief with that. Thank
They
you.
nod.
Yes, indeed.
Very nice
One of
of
them
you, Silver.
rushes back to start looking at some fabric for it. The other one stays in front of you and looks around for a moment before nodding at you and going,
If I must say, I was quite satisfied with the product that came from your establishment. Very high quality. Shame that it has been kept within the walls as of late.
She
Well,
then nods
business-
like empathically several times.
I understand, but business has been put on hold.
I see. So then there is perhaps no way for us to attempt to find a way to have some delivered to us. We were not aware if
Actually,
you could
there
make if
is.
there was an exception list or not.
There is, however, instead of getting them from Rennell through King's Landing, you'd have to get them from the Land of Monsters.
I see. So you have been expanding your base of operations. Most excellent.
I suppose if you can get them through the Savage Land. That
Where
might
there's a
be
nose,
you.
there's a way, and the nose knows.
Right. Well, they won't be made by myself, but I can vouch for the quality.
Excellent. Well then, if you would be willing to come into the back room and assist us in setting up a method of communication with the individuals at your location, we will attempt some correspondence to set up a trade route, if you will.
Well, we'll do that. Maybe just run by like 5 minutes.
It doesn't take very long.
Well, you see, there's like this goblin in town, not the one with the dwarfsmith, but like the other one. Like, yeah, well, the one at the tavern. Like,
What
yeah,
you need, War Chief?
yeah. Basically, just use him as a messenger and all that. At the same time, yeah, we can just hand her the payment and all that. It's like, I assume the handkerchief's gonna run me like 50 gold as well. So,
Alrighty then.
I'll just subtract 200 gold from the card.
Cool beans.
So,
So you've purchased. They come back after a little bit. Shortly after you've made your arrangements with them, they come back after like say about 30 minutes or an hour or so, with the flag banner that you mentioned and one basically neckerchief that you asked. The neckerchief is folded inside of the banner, so keep it private. No.
I thought for sure it would take at least a day or two.
They're very
To
quick.
do that now. Wow. Yeah. So what you want about
Yep.
nose? But
Goodness, has never been so unhappy to have things made so quickly.
yes.
They
Actually-
both just went into the back, and you just heard them like the sewing machine go, essentially.
Because like basically, like if it had been like if it had taken like a day or two, I would be like going back to the college and send a message over to Tulio and say, "Well, on your way back, would you please, pick up an order from me? I'd
Pick up
be
my
really
laundry."
nice." Yeah, like I know I don't really hard, but it's like yeah. Yeah, once we're done with that, I'll thank them. Tell them maybe I'll be back one day. Who knows? Well, they are repeat customers as well, so.
Hmm.
Give you a nod and a friendly smile. Of course.
Then,
And safe
Speaking of the
travels from one merchant to another.
thank you.
Hmm.
With that, speaking of Dwarven Jeweler or Dwarven Smith, oh, there's one I want to visit, so let's make our way there.
Alrighty.
On your way there, Delon will actually say, looking at the banner, "So, seems to me you're quite serious about this business."
I am, and
Hmm.
thanks in part to my little meeting with the Galileo, as well as developments among the tribes.
Is it? Oh, is that so? Well, I've been meaning to ask you this, but seeing the banner, I don't know if I should. I was wondering if, well, if I may say so, if you really wanted to be war chief at all. We seemed to
Honestly,
stumble upon it at one point, so
I mean,
no, please continue.
yes, you're right that I did stumble upon it, but it's really we're at the point where I think it's not a question of whether I want to or not. It's that I have to anyway. I mean, I
Hmm.
got all those people counting on me. I've quite literally taken some lands. The shaman is counting on me. I have Well, in a way, the Savage Lands are counting on me as well. Oh, you know how I am. Can't exactly back down at this point.
Hmm. Technically, if I may say so, you could. In only really one manner I'd see you doing so. Promoting Dagda to full-on war chief. It would be respectable, and you would take. He has earned the position at some point. You'd still be a mini war chief at that point. You'd still be kept in the loop, but he would then take production from his line. If that was your plan, you could then honorably walk away from it and continue your feat. But if you are serious about going all in, you do know what that will mean.
Um, you're right in that I could give it all to Dagda, and just to be told I had considered it.
Hmm.
But I think it wouldn't sit quite right with me at the moment.
Hmm.
Well,
Hmm.
we know about the Shadow Dragon.
Hmm.
Dagda doesn't.
Hmm.
So,
No.
it's with that knowledge that, well, I'm hoping to steer my tribe. Well, essentially, I want to prepare them for that.
Hmm.
And I don't think Dagda has quite what it takes to do so.
Hmm.
Not unless I were there to guide him toward the proper steps. Now, depending on how events unfold, I may step down and retire quietly back to Reynolds or somewhere else.
Hmm.
And we're still a while away. Till then, I'll be the watch if they need.
That's respectable of you, Lucas. But I must warn you, just so I say it. You understand then that as war chief and taking this as you do, you will get tested. There other tribes will come and might challenge you. You will be expected to make bonds of friendship, either through blood or working through other tribes. There might even be political or matrimonial bonds that are required of you that would tie you down in ways that you may not particularly like. I only voice these just to make you just to clearly understand that you know what you're doing.
I know, and when
Hmm.
I was going to bring up the issue once we talked about where to go next.
Hmm.
As well, it is, well, I hope, well, I can go there and do the necessary so that once what is brewing up there actually blows up,
Hmm.
I won't be caught with my pants down. That includes, among other things,
Right.
seeing the shaman, as well as visiting the tribes I'm on friendly terms with.
Hmm.
Now, I know I can do it alone. That will take me, well, it will be faster for me to get there. Well, everybody else is either Grocasta or King's Landing, but between you and me, I would really appreciate it if everyone could come. Um, it would be slower to get there, but it would be a great boon for me as well. Well, first of all, I do have a task for all of you, and
Hmm.
would also speed up the process. Yeah. Do believe
Well, hmm. Hmm.
I do believe Baba's business with the shaman as well.
Yes, he does.
Indeed.
Well, Sir Armand, if that is your determination, and you're deciding to go all in into being a war chief, at least for the time being, you have my sword and shield.
Thank you for that.
Not at all, my friend. You've more than earned it. And I'm sure you have Yom's blunderbuss should you need it.
Right. You've been strangely quiet, Yom.
Too much coughing fits.
I was just listening. Think it's good of you, Gildos, to step up to the plate and be the war chief.
No.
Hi. Very honorable of you. Especially the consideration how you arrived, and I'm sure the shaman will actually be quite pleased to see one of his war chiefs taking the role so seriously. I'm sure he's just as worried to see how his flock is doing as what is happening for the rest of it. No doubt he sensed what happened in the Savage Lands, and he's been itching to know more.
I mean, it seems everybody knew before I did. And that I knew. Even Errantia knew.
Mm.
Oh. I hope it's just something that's only passive. And it's just undue worries, but you never know, especially these days.
Alright.
But
Good.
whether I'll be a good war chief or not, only time will tell. How much I know.
Sure you'll do fine. In fact, I know you will. I am going to roll persuasion, just for the hell of it.
Uh-huh. Well,
Up
I
to
am
20.
persuaded. I am very much persuaded, my friend.
Okay, just for semantics.
Uh-huh.
Just for the one person that's like, here they roll persuasion. There you go. You roll persuasion. It was a 20.
And there's
Maybe
no
half.
challenge roll needed as long as I consent.
There you go.
Well,
On to the jeweler.
Yes. On topic of the land of monsters, there is something I want to ask you about, something I want to make.
Yeah.
Not only he would answer, could answer,
Mm.
probably. So,
Great
Ding dong.
sadness, I feel. Suffering. We're gonna be the best war chief ever, man. We're gonna fuck up the other tribes. Dagda said so, man.
oh, but like, yeah, I get some cooler race from the land of monsters in my tribe. It's like, yeah, you know, it's like, oh, there's the Minotaur tribe, the old tribe, the Goblin tribes. Like, what about the rest? It's like, actually forgot what's in the, yeah, well, 80% hated race, but like, don't remember what's hated. But yeah,
There's a lot, honestly.
yeah. On the
But
coolest
alrighty.
list.
You guys make your way towards the dwarven smith over in the area.
Yep.
And when you arrive, you find that you're greeted as the door opens. You see a goblin is standing on assumedly something behind the counter to make him taller. He is
Stand up a
currently
dwarf.
dressed in rather brightly colored dwarvish clothing, and he has a link cap on his head that matches his outfit. He's also got like a leather belt with a gold buckle on it, but it's all just, it's basically dwarven like gear and attire, but it's just shrunk down and made for a goblin. It's weirdly funny looking.
I mean, he's good looking.
Hello! Welcome! What can we get you? Ah! What chief?
He suddenly hops down, and you hear like leather boots like kick off a metal something, And he runs around the counter and like puts his arms out wide. Look what, Chief! I got clothes that say I'm good at it, I guess.
Haha. Did you make those yourself?
Oh no, they gift from my owner. He say, you good enough that you good enough to run the store by yourself, but you gotta dress the part. I think I look better without it, but people around here keep saying I'm such a handsome little goblin. I'm not
I
little.
mean, they're not wrong.
They are wrong. I'm not little, and I'm ugly. Just good thing.
Well, you're the first goblin I see with dwarven attire like that. And honestly, I was kind of worried about how you'd be treated. But, seems you've done exactly how I'd hoped.
What you doing wearing apprentice garbs? Hmm?
Well, like I said, the gift. Said I do good enough job I can run the store by myself.
See, Yorm, back in the stadium a year ago, just after I became a war chief, this one was one of the first. So I told him that while I was away, he could learn a trade from this dwarven smith that owns the shop. And, well, he did end up becoming an apprentice, a true one, as you can see.
Huh. Well, would you look at that? It's rather impressive. Alright, take gloves off, show me your hands. See how many blisters and cuts if you got a missing finger.
Okay.
Takes his gloves off and shows his hands. You just see that like they're covered in calluses. And he does have like one of his fingers looks just a little shorter than the other, as if like maybe a part was taken off but it was healed or something like that.
Just the local mafia. Let's go.
But like
Would like
overall his hands
to-
are calloused, but they're the kind of calloused of like a worker's man's hands. Yorm kind of looks at him and nods and kind of like ruffles the goblin's hat. Good on you. Still got your digits.
Okay. What you here for? What, Chief? What can I make you? It's right. I make things now.
Well, it's not something I want made, but I wanted to talk to the owner about something I want to make.
Oh,
Is
okay.
he there?
He's not here at the moment. He left me in charge. But he left me a way to get in contact with him. Hold on.
You see as he walks over into the back somewhere, you hear like a door open and close. Then you hear like a drawer open for a moment, and then it's just like slammed shut. And he comes back with like a scroll.
Okay.
He just like unrolls the scroll.
Let's see here. Uh-huh. Okay. First time doing this. Let's see.
Can I take a look as well?
It
Okay,
seems
is
to be a scroll of message. That he seems to look at it for a moment before walking over towards another place. But it's a very weird scroll of message. It's both a scroll of message that can be used traditionally, and it also has like a little circle at the bottom of the scroll that looks like you're supposed to fill it in with something. The goblin walks over towards the forge, finds some little like powdered dust. It looks like diamond dust or something, and he pours it onto the scroll, and you see as it lights up with magic.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, hello. No, nothing wrong. Yeah, store's going good. But, well, if you give me a moment, boss man, I'll tell you. Yeah, I know I'm gonna have to work the backlog for that. but it's important. Well, if you let me say it. Okay, fine. Yeah, you come over here then. Yeah, see when you get here.
The scroll then rolls itself up, and the goblin catches it and turns to you.
Good and bad news. I'm in trouble because he was busy. But good news, he coming right here. But it's okay. I'll just be forced to work the backlog. I want to do that anyway.
Ah, well.
DeLon,
Go
he's
ahead.
just shaking his head.
Backlog's where all the hard stuff is at. If I can learn how to do the hard stuff, I can learn how to make more cool stuff. Yeah, you think it's punishment, but it's actually me learning.
You're a smart goblin, aren't you?
I don't know.
That's why I chose you.
What chief says I am. Yeah, I'm smart goblin.
That goblin rolled at least a 12 in intellect. He at least has a 12. That's pretty
How
smart
much
for a
does that
goblin.
has? Hold on. You see me, my mini watch where he is. Yeah, he's in my tribe now. It's not in the land of monsters. Yeah, even Dagda only has 10 ain't.
Dagdar's gonna level up soon, but yeah.
Yeah,
At the moment, it's 10.
Yeah, what would he get? Yeah. But yeah, I suppose I'll just take a stool or something. Just wait for him.
Yorm just kind of chuckles to himself. Oh, funny. Goblin picked up on it, but not fully.
Hmm?
Oh, it's what we dwarves do. If we mad at you, instead of punishing you with something stupid, we punish you with more work, which makes you better worker later. Goblin kind of figured it out, but not fully, you know. You think he doesn't realize that it's a good punishment. I think he's used to bad punishments. So he thinks that it's being rewarded with extra work instead of punished with actual, like, a hit on the head or something. It's real funny.
We'll just let him believe that.
Oh,
That
why?
will
So I'm
make
not gonna
him-
say anything.
Makes him happy.
It's hilarious. He thinks he pulled a fast one.
DeLon is just like chuckling. He's nothing to say, he's just laughing. Amused by all of this.
I do wonder what kind of business he had.
Probably not getting laid.
Come now, darling. Look at that.
That's out of character,
Talk
sir.
this-
That's out of character. DeLon,
No.
DeLon, I don't know, DeLon's just like, perhaps he was in a business arrangement.
Most likely, yes.
Oh, he's probably was in some sort of a business meeting. Maybe buying some materials or something like that. Maybe he was at home. So once you get home, you leave work at work when you're at home. Unless work is where your home is. And then you have a section in your home where you don't do work. Usually that's the missus makes you do that. Usually it's the dinner table. You don't do work at the dinner table. It's kind of rude. But you guys wait for a few moments, and eventually, the door is opened rather abruptly as a dwarf wearing rather nice clothes for what you last remember him wearing, Gildos. And he's also got his beard done up. He clearly was on something where he needed to dress well. He also, you swear he smells like cologne. He stomps in, and he walks straight over to the counter, puts his hand down, palm open, just hand full palm on the table. What did I tell you about calling me today? Emergencies only.
It is an emergency.
Oh, what? Store's not on fire. Not a huge order made. Not any customers around. Oh, oops, pardon.
All
Told you.
customers?
You didn't quit getting smart with me, or I'm gonna make you work the entire backlog by yourself.
Don't do that.
You know what? I don't think you learned your lesson.
No, I have honest.
You know what? The whole backlog by yourself. Starting tonight.
Nah.
Goblin then like looks at your direction, War Chief, like you just see him like little happy dance as he goes into the back.
Yeah, just like jumping up, like clapping his feet.
Yeah, but more or less, yeah. But it was as soon as the dwarf turned his back. All right, sorry, had to handle the stuff. Wait a minute. He takes a step back. See him like wrinkle up his nose, lift both his bushy eyebrows for a moment. You see the whites of his eyes, Gildas.
Uh-huh.
Gildas, how the hell are you?
Been doing good, yes? How about
Hey!
you?
Get back here! Bring the ale!
But I was working.
Bring the ale and then get back to work.
Okay.
You should know that ale is priority over work.
Yeah, nope. I'm coming.
He's getting it. Don't tell him that. Just need to know.
Of course.
Goblin comes back with an entire, like, little barrel.
There you go.
Good. Go and get. When I get back there, after finishing with this, if you haven't made at least 2 sabers, I'm gonna be right upset.
I'll make you 3.
I'd be rich. Goblin scatters on back. You hear the door slam. The goblin then jumps up, hangs from the door, like, thumbs up at you, Gildas.
It's like, don't be too obvious now. It's gonna see you.
Real wise ass, that one. Oh, well. He actually, like, reaches under the counter, grabs 2 tankers, just pours it up. You just see him fill it up. Grabs the other one, fills it up. Just puts it right in your hand. Smart ass, but good worker. But you're here to check in on his apprenticeship, eh?
Oh, yes. That was one of the reasons. The others, I have something more personal to ask of you. But no, it's just drink. Oh, and I'll point to your. This is your mountain boy. One of our new
Mountain
companions.
boy. Hey, that's me. You're mountain boy. He like gives Yorm a weird up and down glance for a moment. Ain't y'all dead? Not yet. I'm the head leader of the family now. Doing quite well.
Delon mutters under his breath, yet. Like, what?
Alright then. You're real private folk, ain't you? Got that whole estate. Yes, but you know how dwarves are with estates. Especially us older families. We like to keep our things nice and clean. No people there unless we're invited. Thorsh kind of gives Yorm like a and like sips his ale. Careful with that one, Gildas. Mountain bones. Right.
They shake my hand and say, well, nothing bad has happened so far, and you must have been a great companion. And I'll say he's been enjoying the yard one a lot. Then he coughed.
He just kind of like nods, doesn't say much else. Well, regardless, welcome. Make yourself at home. Of course. Hold up. Reaches under the counter, takes 3 more tankards out. Fills them up. He fills it up in a way that's got a nice head on it. He hands them around, one to you, Delon, one to Yorm. And then he puts the other one on the counter.
Oh, thank you.
But the other one on the counter, he like conveniently moves where no one could see it from the back.
Mm.
If he gets 3 done. No, I don't drink it in front of him.
Of course. Oh. Let's see. 1 for success then. We'll just like cheer
He cheers with you.
down it.
I'll raise my tankard.
Aye! For the lad's success.
Yeah.
You all share a nice drink, and the dwarf then pours you guys all another one.
Oh lord. Too early for this, sir.
Yeah.
It's business. It is not. Dwarven business. It is not.
Well, actually, yes, since this one is about business, like, take it, like, I'll stand up and essentially take him by the shoulder, away from the rest of the party.
Mm.
He comes with.
Right. So, about what I wanted to ask of you. Really, I need your advice on something I wanted to make. So, continue on then, say,
Yeah, he nods.
yeah. You've known the lady for a long time, correct?
Oh, I.
And you've made items for her, right?
Oh, yes, I've made quite a few.
So,
Some of the
There's
gear she
these-
had when she left with you guys, I made for her, and made her some other things when she was a student.
right. Well,
Helped her get in contact with ways to leave the college, quietly. Sailors and my merchants,
so before saying like the following, I just like down the entire tank in like one go. Like, I wanted to make this. Basically, I describe him what I described to you. And then I add, what would you change about it or add, if anything? If you need a reminder, I can just type it out to you.
Yeah, I believe I remember what it is. One moment.
There wasn't that, but well, I'll just type it out to you because
Sounds good. If I have the wrong thing, sounds good.
uh-huh. Da-da-da.
Right. Okay. Come on. Enough coughing. Sick of it. Alrighty. So he thinks for a moment. He kind of swirls his ale a little bit before taking another sip. Hmm. Well, it's a real nice idea. Very good. Perhaps, depending on the nature of such a thing, you could, write a personal little thing in there, or if it's for friendship, something similar to that. If it's for something else, you know. Just some kind word of some sort. On the inside, maybe. You'd see it if you put it on.
There was something I wanted to tell her while handing it out too. Well, gifting her that. But I suppose I can always find a way to add more to it. Just is there a way I could do that? I mean, not unless I somehow cast 2 spells on it. Well, how would you do it?
Well, I'd maybe, take some nice fine, like a nice pen or something, while I was doing it, and I'd describe, say, a phrase or a word or something on the inside of the band the pot sits on around your head, you know. So on the inside, when it caught the light, you could see the words there. If you knew some sort of a specific kind of magical artisan, you could get it where the writing only shows up on a certain condition. So you'd carve the writing in, and you get the artisan to enchant it. So that the enchantment would kind of shimmer it or make it glow in the right condition. Had a lad request something similar to that. He wanted a wedding band made, and it was a joint effort between me and fellow good friends with. I made the band, and I had the phrase he wanted carved into the wedding band, and lad wanted it to reveal the words in very specific weather conditions. He wanted it to reveal the words on warm, sunny summer days, the kinds that reminded him, it would remind the girl of the day that he was going to use it, you know. And so I got in contact with my friend, and we put a little bit of a charm effect on it. And after enchanting the ring, lad was real happy, and invited me to the wedding. Good venue, good event.
I think I may know a dwarf who could help me with that. Although, maybe I'm just taking a leap on that. Called himself a or the master. Though, seeing him on the battlefield, clearly he had some magical capabilities as well.
Magical Battlemaster, Quartermaster, Bard. Ain't many of those.
Goes by Dragos. Maybe you heard of him.
Dragos? The Glowcaster lad. Haven't seen him in years. Shorter than you are. Beard had barely grown in last time I saw him. How's the chap doing?
Well, currently he's staying with my tribe, as far as I know. Well, it's been
He's a
taking
good
it
guy.
nice.
Good dwarf. It's got the right bit of him, you know. He got into military work because he needed to at the time. Was working off. It was either that or go to prison. The thing he was going to prison for was misunderstanding. He hit someone who's more important than him, basically.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was hard at the time, real scandal, but not so much for Dragos. He did the honorable thing, joined the service, though he was gonna do it anyways. And the person he was sticking up for was a little kid, some little punk off the street that he had been trying to protect. Pissed off the wrong person, ended up, just whole kerfuffle. If it was honestly, if it wasn't the Nebulese Lord at the time, I'm pretty sure Dragos would have been fine. Between you and me. Oh, if it was Ronaldian Lord, it would have been fine. Kingless Lord, would have been fine. Locust Lord, would have been fine. Had to be a Nebulese Lord. These bastards love to throw a cloud around, don't they? Tired of seeing them in the damn city.
If it was Nebula's Lord, he probably deserved it.
Oh, he did, absolutely. Real piece of work.
Had it been the Reynolds Lord, just presented the other cheek and then punched back. Easy. Not a result. Ah, well. Now I died to know which lord it was. But that's something I'll ask him, most likely.
Oh, aye. Dragos is a good lad. Real good heart on that kid.
Oh, well. You say kid, but the farthest thing from a kid I can imagine.
What can I
Then
say?
again, dwarves.
He just goes like you, like a grin, like, what can I say?
Yes.
His beard could be down to the floor. He could be bigger than me. He could be, he could be wearing a bigger hammer than me. With a better hat. And he'd still just be that little punk I once knew.
Yeah, with that, it'll just like lead it back to the group. Because like I got a pretty good idea of. Yeah, well, was essentially what I was going to list his help anyway now, and what to do with him. No more on a deeper level.
Alrighty.
Well, yeah, I'll just go back to the group and say, sorry about that, but it's something I want to keep a surprise. And so I don't want anybody else to know.
Dwarf comes back as well. Raises his glass. It's a special order.
Though, yeah, you could have eavesdropped, like nothing stopping you, but yeah. I know Dalla wouldn't, but
yeah.
Yorm didn't either. Yorm's just like sipping his ale. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
He's actually noticeably drinking the dwarven ale very slowly, savoring every sip.
Mhm.
I mean, we're almost running out of it, I think.
Yeah,
I
we're,
know.
we're down to Dwarven Ale is not easy to come by.
But alrighty.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Gildos? Anything else?
No, that was really it. I'll just turn to the other two and say, well, I know you had some shopping to do, so is there anything you want to get here? While we're
Well,
at it?
I am. Go ahead. I guess the lumber approach. I suppose while I'm here, I do have a few requests. He's just gonna put a piece of paper in front. I hope I'm not asking too much.
Let's see. No, that's no trouble. If you have
Wonderful.
specifics that are on the paper, you could send them to me.
Yeah,
not, it's fine.
I'm just. It's not. Honestly, I'm just trying to bring gifts for everybody.
Yeah, you're good.
So if you want to
That's not too
surprise
much
it later,
difficult.
that's fine.
It's not too difficult at all. We can do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nah, not at all. Friend of Gildos, friend of mine.
Thank you.
Give you a nice good discount, 10% off the top.
How generous.
Of course, friend of Gildos, friend of mine.
Well, let's see. Then I'm not going, and the line will pay the amount. Let's
Alright.
not worry about it.
Ends up running you, if it's not anything like super specialized or like crazy, it's probably just gonna run you like roughly 20 gold or so ish.
Yeah. If it were specialized, probably 50 or so.
Yeah, it would be closer to that.
That's fine.
Party is over here like, that's not a lot, and then they just like conveniently forget they were making copper at the last time they were here.
I
Copper and
know.
silver.
It's really have changed. It really has changed. So, gonna make all the money now.
After he gets the order from Delon, he comes back over to
Mhm.
you, Gildos, with notably he has a few things. He comes over with a scimitar, which he basically extends to you. He waits for you to look at it before he shows you a dagger, a mace, a shield, and then he finally comes out with a big grin. Shows you like a suit of like dwarven chainmail.
Oh.
It's all pretty good. But you're not really sure why he's showing it to you at first. Before he makes like cocks a thumb towards the back, and he like gestures for you to look in the window.
I'll do so.
In the back, you can see that your goblin has his hat is currently put on like a coat or hat rack. He's wearing gloves, and he's got like goggles on, and he's just sticking stuff into a furnace, and he's just twisting some stuff and hammering in it. He's doing a good job, honestly. There's already not 3 sabers sitting out ready for like in refinement. There's 4.
Quick but good. I like it.
He's a crafty little bugger. He chooses, instead of to make them real good first, he makes them quickly. So this is a huge batch order. Just going to King's Landing. But aside that, we're making gear for the front lines. So he figured out he doesn't need to make them really good at first. He's gonna make a lot of them, and then he's figured out that he can refine them after having made them a little bit, touch them up. So instead of making them real good the first time, he's been making them real good the first time, trying real hard to impress me, which I did it. I made him do that on purpose. Nothing shoddy of quality. He's got to learn how to make it right the first time before he can learn to do that. But yeah, these are mass-produced type of gear at the moment. What I showed you out there, the chainmail, that was the last test I gave him. Did great job. It's coming along nicely.
He's not a great teacher.
Damn right.
Now, I hope you won't get too sad once I can poach him from you, right?
I think nothing of it. I'll miss the little bastard a bit, but you know, all apprentices eventually gotta go out and make their own forge. You love
Oh.
it, and you hate to see it.
Well, before you know it, I might just come back.
Why? Sometimes you go into business together. Like that friend I
So-
mentioned, the Chanter one. Real crafty bugger. Taught him how to make gear with the forge and all that, and then he goes off, not to the college, not anywhere over there. He goes off to King's Landing, to the Bard College of all things, and learns specifically from one of the teachers there how to enchant. And he now has got himself a little niche where he's a blacksmith that works in enchantments.
I'm on regional about that, no, that track. I say, could you tell me more about your friend? Sounds like an interesting fellow.
Oh, aye. Absolutely. He's a clever bugger. Didn't think someone like him would be able to, you know, stand the heat, if you get what I mean. Didn't think he had the temperament. But he's real gentle folk, but he's good people, you know? Have a good drink with him. He's a great listener, real quiet, but real good person, you know. But crafty, real resourceful. I can actually point you in his direction. If you head out my shop, go down the street, take a right again, then take a left, go straight. Is gonna be a shop, and it has a sign on it. Sign will have like an arrow pointing down, and there'll be like a big old grinning, like ogre-looking thing on the sign. Looks real dorky, but his kid drew it, but he loves it. But if you find that sign, you'll find out where he is. So tell him I sent you. He'll hook you up.
Well, might just pay a visit sometime. Wanted to learn a little bit.
He mostly works in accessories. Small enchantments to things here and there. He's worked with blacksmiths who've made, like myself. Last time I worked with him, I made a sword for a lord. Real good quality. The lord wanted it to stand the test of time. It was going to be like a household item. So me and him got together, and our lord was willing to spend the extra money, and we put a charm on the blade to make it resilient to rusting and weathering. It would keep its edge almost no matter what. And then we also made it have a bit of it was a weird request, but he wanted it to, if you cut a limb off, it couldn't be reattached no matter what. So we did.
Right. I'll see. Have had an inkling of an idea on how to ancient items. But if someone's like that is nearby, then well, we'll just come out and ask him if I'm on the right path.
I mean, it can't hurt. Chanters are rare these days.
I haven't told you that I'm hoping to create new divine artifacts, right?
You're what?
Right, you've heard me.
That's rich. Good luck with that one.
Well,
I mean, I'm literally saying good luck with that one. Like, you're gonna need it. Ain't that
well, for
every
that,
smith's dream? Make a divine artifact. That's every smith's dream.
it is.
You're actually gonna try.
Oh, yes.
No, if you
Oh.
actually manage to do it, I'll no, what? I'll give you my dad's boot. You know what? I'll give you a set of my dad's boots if you actually manage to do that.
Well, see, but like other space, I do actually have the divine on my side, so who knows? I could just
Who
may
knows?
well
Indeed, you got a good
succeed.
lady on your side. Maybe she'll help you out. Yeah, she claps you on the shoulder as he says that. The dwarf turns to you, Delon and Yorm. He's like, "Did you get a load of this guy?"
Hmm. He does have ambition.
You know, he could do it. Just gotta figure out how to do it. I don't believe Gildons. If he actually learns how to do it, he can do it. I've seen him make stuff. He's real good at it.
Aye. And his quality has never suffered.
Not at all. I'm just saying, good luck with it. I mean, every forge wants to make a divine art. We all pour our hearts into our forge, make the best damn anything we can make. It doesn't make it divine.
No.
I don't know. But the little birdie told me to find some noble family called Salhama. Yeah, maybe I'll get my first clues. Well, or the second clue. Really, some kind of-
Soulhammers. That's a good family there. Never met him myself. I'm not high enough on the pecking order for that. I'm a working man's forge master. You know what I mean? Those guys though, I've seen their work. It's beautiful, absolutely amazing quality. Everything they make is just absolutely amazing. Their batch weapons that they make are insane. You wouldn't expect it, but gear they make in large mass is like the gear that I take like quite a while to make. It's not as good as say what I made for the Lord I mentioned, but it's more, you know, it's something like this. And he reaches over, grabs up like a +1 sword off the shelf. I spent a few months, but I spent like a month, maybe a few weeks making this. You know, he then puts it back on the shelf. They make batches. They're all like that. Don't know how they do it. It's incredibly impressive.
Well, considering the batch weapon and where the elder might be living at the moment, there is a certain someone I wanted to ask. After all, if he was the one distributing those weapons, then he would know where I could find the old man or the old dwarf.
Well, I'm not sure where the old man is. He's currently running the family. I remember he was pretty grudging about it. Remember, it was real upset when his son died. Tragic that, but you know, grandson, and he's almost ready, but he's a bit young, you know. He's got kind of like Draggers, if you know what I mean. He's got a lot of growing to do, but he'll get there eventually. He's good. He's a good kid, from what I've heard. Never seen him myself. Never met him myself. Again, different noble table. You know what I mean? I sit over here. They sit over there.
Mhm.
I don't sell enough product to sit at that table yet. But if I ever met the kid, I'm sure he's a great kid. Everything I've heard has been he's a fantastic kid. You know, just good head and shoulders, good heart, good work ethic, never done anything bad, never gotten up in anything horrible, real steadfast, looking towards the future, bright, just got everything going for me, you know? But as it comes to leading the family, he's still learning. But the old timer, I haven't heard about him showing up anywhere for a while. I remember even though he's head of the family, he's still retired wherever that is. And I don't remember actually hearing about him showing up at Kingsland at balls for a few years maybe.
He hasn't. Colin finally just speaks.
Really? Was
He
it?
didn't, is it? My brother invited him to one, after he made a weapon for him.
Oh, he still said no?
Battle. His grandson. What?
Oh, he said he still said no?
Yeah. What? I'm sorry.
Can you not hear me?
I just didn't understand what you said.
Yeah.
He said, and he still said no.
Okay, yes. You kind of
yeah.
smashed the words together, and I didn't. And he still said no. And he still said, yes. He still said no. And he knew he had the clout to do so. Delon says with a smile. But respected him for that. He retired some days ago. But people haven't really much seen him since. His son, on the other hand, if I recall correctly from the research I've done, is currently working for the Knights of King's Landing. On and off, but he's still in learning from his family. With all this talk, Gildas, if you're that interested in soul hammers, when we reach the King's Landing, I could ask my brother to send a letter to the soul hammers asking to meet them. They might know the whereabouts of the head of the household.
Yeah, you probably end up getting in a meeting with the grandson.
So, yeah, as you said though, you see Gildas like kind of holding his forehead. It's like rubbing a bit, it's like before, like looking you straight in the eye and say, how could the thought of asking you about the soul hammer never occur to me? Did I just forget you were from King's Landing for a moment?
Well, to be fair, Gildas, the reason I didn't bring off the soul hammers is, well, the circumstances of what's happened to them. Grandfather's retired, son has taken over, he's learning and still under apprentice, and that was the end of it. I hadn't even considered the magical weapons until you seemed interested in. When the soul hammers were brought up, it suddenly dawned on me that would be a perfect place to start, but then, well, we don't know the whereabouts of the grandfather. So, if we don't, an excellent clue would be starting with the grandson. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to tell us.
Oh,
He might be curious.
actually, I did peruse the books in the library, and I may have an idea of where the grandfather is. It's just that by knowing where he is, I may know who he's affiliated with.
Aye. And that is something I might also for me. At another place and time, I could probably help you in that endeavor. In the meantime, I'm certain that you will reach the end of your goal. I am certain of it.
Thank you for your confidence.
Not at all. It's well placed. And I think we should probably get started then if we want to look up more things.
Right. The ladies are probably asking themselves why we're taking so long for simple letters.
Aye, and although we do have one more stop, if I may say so.
Right.
It won't be long. It's not too far from here.
Oh, before you head out, you want to come get the items when you're finished? I'll probably have them done in about a day. You have some place to send them to? I gotta have a
Yes.
goblin and that walk him over to someplace.
Fantastic. Yes, I am staying in this room in the in this place in the College of Asterium. You can send it to me here.
All right. I think he's probably gonna have. I'm gonna have him leave it at the front desk, if you will, of the college.
Perfect.
No harm, nothing. I would usually have him deliver it to your residence, but I don't like that college. I don't want him walking around too far in there.
Mm-hmm.
Could have have him send it to the Adventurers Guild.
Oh, I suppose. Yes, I suppose that sending it to the Adventures Guild would be fine enough. We could pick it up on the way. All right, then yes, just send it to the Adventures Guild. Say it's for Delon Asilis Ilame, and they will keep it for me there in company. Thank you.
All right, so you want sent to the Adventurers Guild then?
Sure.
I mean, we'll make our way there anyway, so...
Mm-hmm.
He gives you a nod. I'll have the goblins send it over there. Luckily, I know there are other goblins there, so I'm pretty sure I can actually set it up and it'll be there well before you get there.
Excellent.
Alrighty then. So, without further ado,
Mm-hmm.
thank you all for stopping by. I'm
Mhm.
afraid that I think I may have been gone too long for me to return to the lady. No doubt, she's upset, walked off, and won't ever see me again. But, got some good business done. That's always a plus. So if she gets upset about, this having to leave and I'm almost done for this, well, she's not for me.
Delon shakes his head. No, sir. I agree. If she is not willing to wait for you, she's not worth it at all. But you cannot leave a lady unhanded here. Let me give you a piece of advice. And Delon leans in and he whispers something to him. Now tell her that, and that should more than suffice.
Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Exactly. I will even roll performance just to make sure he hears every word.
Sounds good.
23, baby. Exactly like that.
Appreciate it.
And thank you once again for coming so soon.
Oh yeah, sounded like it was an emergency, but I didn't know why he would have contacted me when I told him to save it for emergencies, but no, pleasant surprise all things considered. Half expected the store to be burning down. Luckily, I have full store replacement insurance. Really expensive, but worth it. In this town, it's worth it.
Every once in a while, burn it down for you, and you have a proper excuse, but
please don't. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the paperwork and have to repurchase the insurance. Alrighty, go on get it. I'll get your stuff done soon, in about roughly under 24 hours. And if you are a mountain born, I should come out of your fucking hole in the ground, You're an old family. You're about as old as Soul Armor. You should really be more public. Ain't right for dwarves of such high esteem to just be holded up in the ground somewhere. We'll consider it. We have been listening to our peers' opinions as of late. Thank you. We'll keep it in mind. Yorm raises his tankard, finishes it, puts it down, and politely excuses himself. The dwarf who runs the business just kind of watches him go and shakes his head for a moment. Really should just come out of the hole in the ground.
Yes. Just give him time.
They've had so long to come out of the holes in the ground.
Well, maybe his family did, but he hasn't.
No, their family is. He's the only one I've ever seen. I thought all the Mountainborns were dead.
Evidently not. But the future is full of surprise, so who knows? Maybe things will change. Till then, I'll bid you farewell and you take care.
Oh yeah. And if you want one of these, take with you. I mean, you goblin made it. You could take one with you if you wanted. Any of those that I showed you want?
Character like. How good is like dwarven chainmail? Because I'm like, sounds nice.
It's basically chainmail +1. But it's
Uh-huh.
like it's not made of mithril, so it's basically heavier, you know?
Mhm. Then again,
Though there is
body would
better dwarven chainmail out there in the world than what's currently here.
right.
But that it was made by your goblin, so it's still pretty good.
Yeah, what's the size on it though?
It's made for a dwarf or someone of like yours or a dwarf size, essentially, so a medium creature to be worn.
Yeah, because I'm like, maybe I'll just take it for Dagda. You know, it's just like he gets an upgrade in armor as well. It was a bit too big. So,
Luckily, it's chainmail, so a fellow smith could shorten it if needed.
I mean, yeah, I could just like, again, like channel divinity it and like boom, so the right size. So, yeah, I think I'll do that. Like, make that a gift. Because like, I
Alright.
already have the scimitar +2 in mind for him. So, might as well get the armor, the shield, and all that. Well, the shield is like in the card already.
Cool beans. Alright then. There you go. He just kind of like folds it up, so it's kind of like nice and folded up for easy of carriage. Hands it to you.
And yes.
With that, he sees you off. As you head out of his establishment, you find Yorm kind of just like leaning against the wall somewhere. There we go. Real pushy fellow, but a good dwarf. I know a good dwarf when I see one.
Yes, he can be. I think it's part of his charm. But
Yeah.
give it.
He was the one who gave us the card and all that. Well,
He
probably
did. And for that, I am very thankful. So I'll take whatever pushiness he gives.
Nah, it's a good
Now-
card. It's held up really well over the travels.
It has, honestly. If I recall correctly, but that was the places that she took us. Yes, I think it's along the lines here. We're going to make a quick stop at a flower shop before we hand the letters over.
Alrighty then. Lead the way, Lon.
Thank you. I guess real quick, do we want to end the session here, or do we want to keep going?
I mean, I can keep going.
I can keep going, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep going and finish up the flower shop and then we end right after that, or if you wanted to save the flower shop for next week and we could start with the flower shop thing, that's up to you guys.
I say we end as we make our way back to the college. So,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Alright, let's push on. Like a donkey Kong.
Alrighty, so you make your way over to the flower shop. You have to kind of wind and move around to get there, but eventually you get a little lost trying to remember where it's at, but you do find it.
Mhm.
When you walk over to it, you find that it is currently open, and you can see a familiar person seems to be walking around inside of it, trimming some greenery and all that.
Is it Eleanor's mom?
Yep.
Okay.
You can
The
see
one,
from outside. You can see it through the windows, essentially.
Delon nods, actually, with a smile. Excellent, she's here. Delon walks in and bows appropriately. The ladyship chrysanthemum.
I'll just make myself polite as well. Just doing, like, the plans.
All right. So as you introduce yourself, announcing your presence in that such a way, you hear the clicking or the snipping of shears for a moment, or like scissors.
Mhm.
She slips something. She turns around slowly, with the flower in her hand.
Mhm.
And at first she looks at you very quick first with narrowed eyes, but then kind of become a little warmer and more welcoming. Ah. Strange to see you here, but it has been quite a good year. Is your endeavor finished?
We were moving around and we decided to do a quick stop. Lady Eleanor and the rest of our company are still continuing on the way, but I recall remembering this flower shop, and I had a request actually that I wanted to make of you, if you'd allow it.
Perhaps. It would all depend upon the request, however. But before
course.
that, you are telling me that Eleanor is safe and she's around, but she's not to visit.
Yes, she is more than safe and sound. She's probably got a face in a book at this time.
I see.
Actually,
Hmm.
she doesn't know we're doing this.
I
It's as you
consider
say
it a
that, she kind of
surprise.
gives you the womanly kind of like look, if you know what I mean. And she changes her posture a little bit. She uses the flower almost like one would like a pointer as she's talking to you. Why would you be visiting here without informing Eleanor, and then tell me of such a thing yourselves? What ploy are you doing on my daughter's behalf?
It is a honorable endeavor, I assure you. But a bit playful. See, we were nearby, so I suggested that Lady Eleanor write the home. So close to home, she should be able to write a missive or letter. She said she had already done so for the king, but alas, when I mentioned of home, she said she would like to write, but could not, as any letter that would approach would be
Intercepted.
reprimand. Correct. Intercepted by her father, and well, he wouldn't. I didn't think he'd quite read it, or if he did, I wasn't sure if he would share it. So we took it upon ourselves to perhaps find an alternative so that her letters might reach those who would wish to read them.
Indeed. Now, originally, I think the plan was to meet with the king directly. Have you be summoned by him and have him tell you of, well, current status and how she was doing, but instead, seeing as how Dallin remembered your shop, will be the message
Aye.
instead.
And perhaps, as we are traveling, if you were to give us an address or a place we could send it to, that way she can send letters that we might receive. Uninterrupted.
She thinks for a moment.
simply wish for my daughter to have reconnaissance with me.
Well, if I may be truthful, your ladyship, I do wish for your daughter to receive reconnaissance, but she owes at least. You both deserve some familiarity. When she left, I know it was not on the best of terms, and while Eleanor did not quite show it, it did bother her. I think it would do her well, and yourself, if I may be so bold, that receiving messages of a home would lighten her spirit in these times. And I think that's more important than any consequences that come from going behind someone else's back.
Believe
Especially
you
if you care for
me,
them.
I am more than familiar enough with going behind my husband's back.
I hope for not any nefarious reasons.
Never. Merely
Then,
for his own good.
then perhaps in the spirit of jovial and malign interests,
And yet,
we
this is all very well and good. But you honestly believe for me to understand that you merely wish to assist myself and Eleanor in growing closer and communicating without the issues or worries of tiptoeing around my husband? You wish for nothing in return.
The only thing we wish is Eleanor's happiness. Well, that's our true wish.
I agree 100-fold. And if it will cause an issue, I happily take all consequences from any side. I do not fear the consequences to come.
We'll both playing a part in that, so we'll both take the fall.
Aye,
Come
if
now.
that is the case, then.
I don't believe any need for mentionings of taking a fall is needed. We're not in any enclave now, are we?
We're not. But it's just a figure of speech, you know.
Oh yes. Just a figure of speech. She says with a playful smile. The smile is very quickly moved into a thin line. She thinks again before almost seeming to sashay around the counter. Her flower-colored gown just kind of like flowing with her. She reaches under, grabs a pen, and writes something down on it before sashaying her way back over and handing it to you. This address will do.
I see.
I
Excellent.
use this address to have my personal effects sent whenever I pay for them under a different name. They go to this address. I have a foreman who sorts them as needed and sends them to a genuine address. They are from my business associate.
Excellent, then. We will make sure it goes to good use and stays with us, of course. In the meantime, we left the shop without making a single purchase. I think that would give up the ghost too quickly. Perhaps might we peruse around some of your flowers?
Right. I do agree. I concur. We should.
Yes, you may. If there is a particular flower or bloom that you happen to see, or perhaps some seeds that you can find that you think are most agreeable, simply ring the bell on the counter,
I'm going to be heading into the greenhouse.
Hmm,
Thank you, your ladyship.
why should I?
You do whatever you want, Gildas.
See, I want to ask a question, but I was like a bit too soon, isn't it? Yeah.
Hmm.
Like, but again, like, I'll just follow her to the greenhouse. I mean, at this point, may
Mm-hmm.
as well get
Yeah,
all the
might as well do.
information I need before leaving. So from the close relatives.
She she notices you following her, stops in front of the greenhouse, and turns, putting one hand under her bust and putting the elbow on top of her wrist as she looks at you, hand in near her chin. The greenhouse is for employees only.
Oh, we're not at the greenhouse yet, are we? But what kind of flowers would you suggest for your daughter, if I may ask?
What kind of flowers would I purchase for my daughter?
Right, something like that.
She stares at you, curiously for a moment.
Hmm.
Depends on the occasion. For her birthday, I'd buy her one thing. For perhaps a celebratory thing, for her graduating another scholarship, or another degree, I'd get her one. For simply a dinner, I'd place a different upon the table.
Like, let's say I feel like, well, she's just very much like her daughter, so I'm like, I just look at it like, you know damn well what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
She is smiling a little bit at you as she's saying this, but she's just kind of like staring pointedly at you after giving these examples.
Oh, well, I remember that, but well, it's not gonna be a bouquet or something. It's just one, maybe two to give.
A bouquet
It's
is
like,
nice,
it is, but
but what is the occasion? If you send a certain type of flower, a bouquet of them, it could completely give off the wrong intentions. You wouldn't wish to send flowers for mourning when you're attempting to make a girl smile, or you wouldn't want to send flowers of romance or lust when you're simply wishing to give flowers over a mourning type of operation. The right flowers
no.
to be sent for the right occasion.
Oh, first of all, the bouquet might be a bit too excessive at this point, but let's again, friendship, but a little more than that. I mean, like, she kind of see like a bit rosy, like he becomes a bit rosy in the cheeks as well. But darling, you don't see it from over there because she's like too busy perishing the flowers when Yorm is just like enjoying himself.
Yorm is outside looking at the flowers outside, accidentally knocking over a flower pot and putting it upright again. Hope she didn't notice.
And pollen allergies. Yeah, I know.
She
I mean,
stares
I could
pointedly
roll
at you.
perception if I wanted.
You could.
Hmm?
They're technically
Yeah, fuck it.
outside the store, and you're technically inside the store, though.
Yeah, so it wouldn't make sense. Yeah. That's fine.
I thought the greenhouse was inside. See, inside, outside. Boom.
There's like a hallway that leads to a back door that then leads to the greenhouse, just barely
Which
in
is on
another
the
smaller
side.
building behind it. But she stares pointedly at you. See her posture shift again, and she looks you up and down as if really staring you like through you and into you, Gildas, for a time, before slowly nodding Well, a bouquet would be one way to make a very important statement that couldn't be misconstrued. A few smaller flowers, however, would be a good way to ease into such a situation if you do not wish to come on too strong. I highly recommend because they are Eleanor's favorite. She's very classical with her favorite flower. She loves red and pink roses.
I think I do remember her mentioning something like that, didn't she?
She did once, a while back.
Right. So, yeah, when she mentions that, it's like, right, she did say something about that. Huh. Then, I think I'll take a few of them, just as a token. To, as you put it, ease into it as well.
She nods. I'll get you a small bushel.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do be careful.
I just tilt my head.
I wouldn't want to have to get involved with Eleanor's friends. And she gives you like a surprisingly threatening smile for a time, and she snips a flower as she heads into the greenhouse.
Duly noted.
Eleanor did mention her mom as magical and trained in swords.
I mean, yes. It's fine though. Like, wait anxiously.
She comes
on the
back
counter.
after a little bit with some roses that are basically wrapped in parchment in a way that you wouldn't be able to tell what flowers are inside without opening it. She gives you a smile as she hands them to you. For discreetness.
I'll just take them. Didn't really ask how much, actually. So, I just look
Alright.
at it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just finished the scene.
Alrighty. So after handing you the flowers, she gives you a nod and returns back to the flower house, where Dawn, you see her come back from the back. A bit of fresh dirt on her apron and all that, but she seems quite in a good mood. Have you found anything to your liking? And could
I
you tell
have
your
been-
dwarven friend to quit fiddling with the pot? It's already cracked. I just get another one.
Yom,
Whoa!
it's fine. Leave it alone. She knows you broke it.
Damn it! Promise, I'll buy you another one. Don't worry about it. I'll clean it up.
There's just many choices. I've been perusing through a few of them at night. As he says that, he looks through a few flowers, and then suddenly he stops. Wait, you have these ones. How did you come by these? These are King's Landing type flowers, are they not? If I assume.
She nods at you, coming around to look at them. Yes, they are. I acquired them the last time I was there. I was there just 3 months ago.
See, I didn't expect to steer you to bring. Very rare to find them outside of there.
I
Do you
have
know
to
what they
grow them
mean?
within the greenhouse. They do not grow well in the soil here. But I managed to
Right.
acquire some freshly growing ones when I was there, and I have been taking good care of them so I can cultivate more.
They're a pleasant little flower, and I like to collect little flowers and attempt to keep them growing in places where I think their
Hmm.
beauty would do well.
Aye, they are. Do you know what they mean?
Yes,
See,
they're for camaraderie, companionship, lifelong bonds, honor, and integrity.
they do. They do mean that, but they also mean something else. Delon picks one up. They also represent when a man gives it to a woman, he means to say that his affection has bloomed efficiently, and he's asking for the truest form of companionship, of desire, of passion and love. It is a very old tradition, but one still very much practiced in my home. You see him, like, for a moment frown for a second. I remember perusing these flowers when I was younger. Didn't take it seriously then. And a marriage contract, and then it all disappeared. I haven't seen these since. I've forgotten how beautiful they are.
Sometimes it just takes us a certain amount of time. Eventually, we open our eyes and notice the beauty of just the simple things around us. She says this while
Hmm.
trimming a few leaves from a flower.
You're right. You're right.
You're
Perhaps
still
it's
young,
time
you
that
have plenty of time.
Delon thinks for a moment. I do, but what if I don't? I've been living on that concept for a long time. There's time for other things, time for other moments. But what if tomorrow happens and I haven't done the things I wanted to do? Think, no, don't like that.
Perhaps it's time to take some chances, make some mistakes.
Indeed.
Far too many
Delon
of the
nods.
nobles are so preoccupied with living a perfect little life, with no mistakes, no problems that could affect them or their family. Sometimes, the most important thing a noble can learn is to make a few mistakes here and there, to live a little bit, as variety is the spice of life.
Delon nods. He actually glances back at her and just says, "And what if, out of curiosity, a man makes a mistake that impacts someone you care about? Would that be acceptable?"
So long as he's willing to take responsibility.
No, he would
She
need to.
gives you a very pointed look.
Mhm.
No, Devin, don't do that to me.
I'm not gonna do any of that.
Oh,
I just, it is
yeah.
what it is. He just kind of
It's
glances and nods. He doesn't hesitate for even a second. He just lets her cut through him. He would mean to. Most assuredly. I think I will take one of these. Pressed, please. So I might carry it with me.
She gives you a nod. I'll press it special, so that it can last.
Please do. Also, Delon doesn't know.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know.
I think it's like one of the things like, yeah, like this hint, like both kinda know a little bit.
But they don't really know.
It's like, yeah. It's like who's gonna be first?
Yeah.
Like This is gonna be my worry. That's why, like, yeah, now and ever, if I want to start.
They're off to the
Mhm.
races.
I'll tell you, like, you have, like, your tradition, like, what I was talking about with our dwarf friend is essentially in Northern tradition. Like, we like a brooch equivalent. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
yeah. Like, we'd ask Marshall, like, I sent him a message about that. Like, it's
Oh,
just
really?
how I am right now, basically.
I will voice very clearly. Delon is basically serious about 3 people at the moment.
Yeah.
That's basically where he stands at the moment. He is leaning towards Eleanor because she is like shown the most nobility at the moment, and the most okay. We're the most alike at the moment, and I'm really starting to really feel hard for you. I basically he's realizing at this point it's like okay, I'm starting to care for her more than I should as a ward, and I need to be an honorable gentleman about that, and I want to take a chance. His lady and him are in really weird place right now, so that's why he's like, maybe like that was a mistake. Maybe it's time to move on. Maybe that was a mistake. I have no. I was like, I'm not gonna hold any grudge. You do what you got to do. I
But
know that you also have like basically 3 ladies that are interested in you as well, and but
well,
Eleanor's like the most
I will
convenient.
say, yeah, like
Eleanor most
Gildas,
convenient.
it's like with Gildas essentially has been like, okay, so let's
Mhm.
live with each other, but like by the end of it, it's like, yeah, we'll just kind of go our separate way because like there's nothing more to it. But then, it was like they continue traveling together, and like how like find out how she is. Like she kind of like couldn't really forget about it, you know. Or, like
Mhm.
I wanna say yeah, around like King's Landing is where he like started growing. So I'm like, yeah, there's that, but just kind of trying to find like way to distract him away from that, cause like he's not ready to commit, cause like
Mhm.
he's got no lands. He's essentially run away, and she's gonna live for like at least 1,000 years. He's
Yeah.
got like 60 years in him. So that was the whole crux of it. It's like, yeah, I really would want to, but given the way I am, I really can't. But
Mhm.
yeah, like talking with Gallery about like all the tribe, like instantly made him think about like Eleanor. It's like, yeah, you know what? Even if I don't really want to because of that, like I don't want her to suffer through essentially multiple deaths, like close related deaths. Like she's about like the best I could possibly aim for. So like now's now and now's now and never. And
Mhm.
like I probably have like the best thing to give her, which is like, well, spoilers, the stone I got.
Mhm.
But while I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna start now. Unfortunately, it won't really come to fruition, at least the Land of Monsters slash Glowcaster, because I could make stuff with like Channel Divinity, but wouldn't feel right,
Mhm.
not
Mhm.
pouring like blood, sweat, and tears. But yeah,
Right.
but that's mostly on like Liliano's side. Now
Mhm.
you could be correct in that yeah, there might be just like 2 other women's like yeah. Galileo would be essentially the fallback plan. Well, let's just say. But feel bad to say that, but this will be
No, I
the only
mean,
one I can really sigil this with, because like yeah, you might say Erantia, but I'll be honest, that as of right now, I don't really see them together. Like I can't picture it.
fair enough.
So yeah,
Galdir is
see.
also. I also think you guys have good. Like, I don't care whatever you choose to do, man. I'm going with by the character. He doesn't know the Gildas is doing his shit. Delon is just like basically going like, well, Gildas has pushed me in this direction, and I know it's like a joke thing, but I am starting to really feel for her, and I really do care about her. And-
About that, it's really
Yeah.
just like, I'll be honest. Gildas
Yeah.
has been feeling jealous a bit about like
That's
you and Eleanor,
hilarious.
which is why like he's been joking about like you being together, but it's really just out of jealousy.
It is, and yet ironically,
called
it's
it.
pushed. And
Yeah.
yet, funny enough,
Wait
that's
a-
actually pushed. That's actually pushed Delon further.
Yeah. So like, he's jealous, but doesn't want to to let that be in the way of like our relationship together.
Sure, sure.
So like, yeah,
Honestly, a lot of this would just be solved
Very
if Gildas is just like, "Look, man, I'm interested in the same girl," and then Delon's like, "I did not know that. Is that what this is all about?" Oh, my friend.
well, actually, that is you like show the whole like King's Landing tradition. I might actually ask about that
Yeah.
because it was like, well, shit.
Delon's like at the point where he's like, you know, I always thought I had time for other things, but you know what? Right. Maybe I don't.
hmm
So maybe it's time I just I care like I can make a mistake. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to just take a chance.
Just wait for every move, my dude.
Mhm.
She's ready
So-
and willing.
Ready willing to make a mistake with you. Permanently.
Yeah, permanently. A permanent mistake. Yeah, I mean,
But alrighty, as
Yeah.
you're waiting around, looking around at the flowers, she comes back. She gives you basically she basically gives you a neckerchief, if you will. So just with just the flower pressed inside of it, and she gives it to you essentially. You notice that it's also pressed between the pages of a empty journal. So it's inside of neckerchief, inside of a small journal that you could fit in your pocket.
it's quite discreet of you.
This is a business that operates in discretion.
Thank you.
When gentlemen
Thank you
come
for
in
many
looking for
things.
flowers, they're very rarely looking for them for themselves. And many gentlemen have a lot of friends who would have a gay old time over if they came back with a bushel of flowers or the like. This is why I get so many repeat customers. I understand these things, and I understand how to be discreet. And I can get flowers very few others can.
Again, I thank you. I did have one last question, if I may. This one, not so much, and he'll tuck the journal into his sleeve. This one, I actually did have a question. I know Izuka. What would make a good, do you know what kind of books you would recommend I get Eleanor before I return? I know she likes certain things, but I was going to peruse and get a friend of ours in our party a book. I was wondering if we'd make it a twofer.
Well, last time I was cleaning her room, I happened to see her. I found that she is a very large enjoyer of romantic novellettas, or novellettes. Small books with rather scandalous tales of romance and debauchery. I also
Truly.
found that she quite enjoys simple tales of heroics as well as scientific or historical volumes.
Wasn't she reading one such romance novels in the temple? Am I wrong? Felt like she was like reading.
Way back,
something like
actually, shit. I'm way back when we went into her room. I think he actually described some of the books that were on her shelf, and some of them were like exactly what he's describing.
Yep.
And the one's like,
that. Yes.
"Ah, I see. Yes, I do recall that when we were in her, when we were looking for her, we did. Some of those were inside the room. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully, she'll have something to read alongside academic books on the road.
Of course. It's all well and good for her to enjoy books that are quite good for her on an academic level, but from one woman to another, reading just for knowledge can get quite boring after a time. Reading for your own personal interests can be a wonderful way to spend a lonely night.
Hmm.
Many such lonely nights traveling on the road, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Well, of course. What? Delon will turn and say, "Ah, Gildas. What's up? Okay. How much do we owe you?"
For everything, that will be a simple fee of 150 gold.
Hmm. As you wish.
Not even a brag. No.
Yeah, let's
So
finagle this
bad.
woman.
Minus 50, so that's
She said 150.
150.
there we go.
I'll just
So
minus it from the cart.
I already did it.
Oh, you already did it. Okay,
Cool beans.
cool.
Thank you for your business, gentlemen. And if you can establish that form of connection, I'm sure Eleanor will be quite overjoyed. If you do communicate to her that you found a way for her to send letters home, I would not recommend telling her you did it in this way. Simply tell her that you found a way for her to send letters home.
And she asks, well, you say magic.
Or a helpful gnome in the post office.
Right.
Many such gnomes.
I mean, gnomes and magic, they're one and the same, really?
Yes, very magical, helpful creatures. They are very good at finding loopholes and filling vacuums when they're needed.
Mhm.
Oh, and that pot that's cracked, with the flower inside it, you can keep that one.
What kind of flower is it?
It's like a big old sunflower or daffodil or something like that. It just was growing in a pot outside on the shelf. Yorm bumped it, knocked it over, and it cracked the pot. And he was trying to like turn the pot in a way to cover the crack, but he couldn't do so.
Ah, babe. A nice gift for Phil, yeah, boom. There you go.
Aye, she could use a little bit of brightness in her room.
Right. First, one small crack like this, is it fixed?
I'm sure you can iron it out.
You could probably cast mending on it. It's like a crack that
Oh,
goes
yeah,
from
I
one
will.
side, from the bottom to the other, kind of a thing.
Like, once we're outside the city, yeah.
Yeah. Can't cast it now. Get in trouble.
Okay, can't even cast a fucking cantrip.
No,
I know, it's
you don't have a
ridiculous.
license to cantrip.
How much is it? 10,000 gold!
Do you actually want to look up the magic casting licenses?
Sure,
Oh,
why not?
fine.
We're gonna be at the post office anyways.
I'm fine.
I'm fine, I don't wanna.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be here long enough.
So yeah, on the way to the post office, I will actually
Mhm.
ask about that. They'll say, so that's how you do it in King's Landing.
Oh, aye. You present a flower or bouquet, should you choose. Then put on one knee and ask if they might court thee. If you're really serious, you come with one of these. It makes no mistake in the King's Landing. You're asking for something far more intimate, straight to the point. Usually by that point, though,
both parents would have already pre-agreed, or it's you are in high enough court and standing, you can just make your feelings known straight off. It's considered a high honor to do so, and a large respect to use this flower in particular. That's why very few knights do so anymore. It's a blessing, and the consequences are large should you not be truthful or earnest in your intentions when you use this one.
Let's see. Now, let's see. Any ideas who you'll be giving that to?
Delant pauses for a moment. Truthfully, I probably should be doing it sooner rather than later, should I not? However,
Depends on
Is
who
that-
it is, really.
Delant kind of tilts his head. Is this an issue? Am I? Delant kind of slowly tilts his head. Roll insight.
I mean, you could. Go ahead.
I mean, it just seems like a. Why would you be asking?
I
Usually
mean,
never
I just,
cared.
like bought some flowers and shit.
Yeah.
else, like-
Yeah, it's enough evidence Delant can. Oh,
yeah, I think
no.
even with the 5, probably get it. Because it's like, he's not hiding it.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, he's been her church like the whole day.
I would personally
exactly.
give you advantage because you're pretty familiar with Gildos. You'd have 8.
Yeah.
I'll roll an inspiration. I have like a bunch of them. I hardly use
Yeah.
inspiration. I'm gonna roll
Like,
that.
Gilla's
Nice
been
fail.
hush hush all day.
Yeah.
Like,
Fuck me, man.
I mean,
With
it's a
advantage,
15
that's
with
a 15.
advantage. Yeah.
Okay,
so
then
you
that's a
definitely
15,
know
good.
that, like,
All right, 15 should be good enough for them to put the pieces together.
I mean, I'll say, yeah.
Mhm.
One thing I forgot to mention when we're talking about other characters, like, yeah. The necklace and, like, the promissory note weren't just, like, out of goodwill, essentially.
Delon suddenly claps his head. Eustace, you're telling me that it's not who I think it is.
What if it is?
Well, Delon's gonna. Where are they at the moment?
On the way to the post office.
I guess so.
Yeah, you'd
Uh,
basically be in like one of the busy streets where people just walking by. You notice that
Alright,
like
so
lots
let's-
of people carry
Mhm.
conversations around here, and very little people seem to eavesdrop.
Delon though is respectful, and he's not just gonna talk about this kind of thing out in the open.
Understandably.
Where is the God damn, where's a private place we can talk?
The back
Even an
alleys.
alleyway.
Yeah.
I guess the funniest situation in the post office. I guess her
Then
that
yeah,
go
the
ahead.
cantankerous part is like pretty empty at this time of the day. So
Yeah,
we'll just
that's
go
fair.
Back there.
Yeah, why not?
So we're
If it-
being. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. If it's closer than the post office.
It's like I know, like the post office, like slash bad pay paperwork things, like right next to the gates or something.
Hmm.
So
Wherever the GM says.
Cantankerous Bard is likely almost empty at this point, and the post
Okay.
office would probably be busy, as it's always busy, but you'd basically be in a line.
Fine. Yeah, he's not gonna do that. We'll dip into the cantankerous real quick.
Alrighty.
Come on, just how should they say? Not here. Go somewhere private.
well,
Give me
Fine by
one
me.
moment, actually.
I was switching the map. We're doing it.
Hmm.
I'm doing it because I feel like it.
Calm down. Wasting all that internet data.
I have unlimited data. America! Fuck yeah! Got unlimited data, yeah!
Hey.
Poor Yorm just caught between the two. It's like,
Mhm.
what's going on now?
Yorm is just like following around, just like going he's just like Yorm excuses himself, you know, goes over to the bar counter, orders a drink real quick.
Can I get some popcorn, man?
Mhm.
But as you arrive at the bard, at the Cantankerous Bard, the gentleman who owns the establishment, the Green Dragonborn, gives you a nod, welcomes you back in. As you step in after him, you find that the place is indeed mostly empty. The two wizards are still playing their card game, though they seem to have multiple upside down tankards next to them, and they've just begun to sling insults at each other as they play at this point. The group, you don't see Aramu anywhere. You see one person from her entourage is still seated. He's kind of like drawing something or doing with something on a piece of parchment, and the wolf is by his side.
Fair enough.
Let's go where Tulia was.
Yeah, it's just in the back. That makes sense. Yeah.
Party chooses to actively avoid going to the rocket posters. They can go into the rocket hideout.
Mhm.
You know the Black Bark is basically just the rocket base.
Basically, yeah. Evil bad guy base. Yep. Assuming they sit down, finally, Delon will say,
Right.
Why did you tell me about this? I'm such a fool. Of course, you went to a jewelry store, you bought flowers, privacy notes.
I suppose I could have told you, but it's just that. How should I say?
Mhm.
There's so clearly something between you and Eleanor. And to be completely honest with you, I've been jealous of that. And
Jealous.
a bit wary of like something happened before I even tried something. Well, not like I haven't tried anything yet. It's just that nothing's really ever been serious. Now, well, I've been following more or less the same line of thinking as you, that there's no use dwelling on my issues. And I thought I'd just start doing it.
So all those teasing bits, all the pokes and prods, pushing me towards Eleanor and Lady Aramu and what have you, that was because you were jealous?
I'm sorry,
What?
but yes.
You weren't. See, it wasn't encouragement, it was jealousy. See.
Although I never really wanted that jealousy to come between us. Which is why I mostly played it for laugh.
I see.
Although, do you suppose I've never really been that transparent about my feelings about others?
It's one of you have many good qualities, Gildas. Many, many good qualities. But yes, your lack of transparency is, if I may say so, quite frustrating, and one of your faults, if I may.
And
No
I
disrespect.
completely understand that. So I know. It's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, Delon gives a wry smile. A bit. Now that I know. All this time I thought, initially I pushed you towards her, and I thought that respectfully, as a man or a gentleman, you would, despite any non-obligations, you push yourself towards her. When you showed no interest, I thought there was no interest, and so time passed, and I slowly discovered that, to my own, in my own surprise, that I've become quite fond of our band of travelers. I fought beside you, I bled with you, I saved your life, you saved mine, we saved each other's, and you became my friends. And then recently, I started feeling things, and especially towards Eleanor and other women in particular, and that old brown dragonborn's words are eating at me. Many loves my ass.
Well, if you want my side of the story, well, yes, you did push me toward her. At the time, I thought that, given what had happened, I needed some time. And unfortunately, that one night just never left me, and I kept thinking about Eleanor more and more. Didn't really help that she's quite endearing, and I like her stubborn side and all. But I was an exiled man, lost my ancestral lands. Really, I didn't really have a place to call home. And till I had something like that, I thought there was no way I should commit to something. And not only that, you know how I have a complex about long-living people. Right. And, well, Eleanor's an elf. And my main concern was, if I ended up together with her, when we live happily, then in 50 years I'll be dead. She'd have to continue on without me. We'd have children, right? But then, well, the children wouldn't really be elves either. They'd be half elves in most cases. And as far as I know, they don't live as long as children. So, eventually, seeing as she's a high elf, she'd have to live through their deaths as well. And that had been the issue that had been eating away at me, preventing me from being open without feeling. More so than not having any home. Now, the set events have just pushed me toward actually ignoring that and do it. Really, talking about my family has helped with it, actually. Good to think of it.
Does she know?
Eleanor, she.
Aye.
Honestly, I don't know. Maybe she has an inkling of, well, what I may think of her. But I think until I give her that, she wouldn't know for sure. Never really thought to ask her because, well, really, you can't just come to someone and say, "What do you think of me?" I don't know. Especially not to a woman.
It's at this point that Yorm actually walks over, with several tankards. Look, I know we already had some good drinks, and I figured, why not some more? Because this is a serious conversation I could hear from the bar counter. And I know it's not really my place to say, but what your buddy Yorm has to say is a man should lay himself bare before the woman and declare his intention honestly. And for that, you're both gonna need some liquid courage. So I made sure to order 4 for each of you.
Oh Lord.
How much do you do?
And if you would prefer to take a rain check on that, we could still drink them, because I already paid. Be a waste of booze. And I'll just buy you a round again when you're ready to do it.
I'll just take the tank and just don it all.
Righto, man.
Oh, maybe I'll ask her what she thinks of me and to back. That would be the easiest way. After all, I actually don't know what she thinks of me either.
Hey. She says favorable things, then you can drink some more. Start thinking of a really ambitious game plan. Come on, Nolan, drink up. Don't make go rush now when anyone's drinking.
I think I'll be sober for now.
I know you're a brave man, Delon. But ain't no man brave enough to bury himself before a woman without some liquid courage.
Yorm? I am not in the mood now.
Okay. Nobody does ever said to Yorm he doesn't know when he's not wanted. I'll take that rain check then.
Thank you. I am trying to be as impartial as I can in this situation. Honestly, I do think you should speak to Eleanor and just know how she feels about you. Or even feels about it. Eleanor has been flirtatious with me. I notice it, but I've been trying to be respectful, but I can't deny that I do find her an attractive woman. And I have for some time now, and I've tried to keep it professional, but that courage is failing me. However, I do have obligations I must amend at the Land of Monsters in order to pursue further. I think you ought to know this, just if we're being fair. With that, Delon actually takes the tankard and downs it all.
There we go. Now I can finally drink one. He docks one back as well. Now, there's an old dwarven tale of 2 dwarven brothers, both kings. No, I'm gonna finish. This is important. Both kings. He says while putting an empty tankard down, crossing his arms. And they were the best of friends. They both married a beautiful beautiful dwarven lass from across the mountain. They both instantly smitten on sight, and this smitingness of the heart made them both confess their loves. Unbeknownst to them that they both loved the same lass, when she chose one over the other, it tore the brothers apart. Tearing the mountain in twain, they chose that if one of the brothers resented the other for his entire life, tearing the mountain, digging it in half with his half of the family, creating two mountain ranges of kings. The moral of the story is, if the girl and the lass chooses one of you, be happy for your mate. Don't let it tear you apart from your brother.
I'll tell you as well, darling. She does end up choosing you or me. Well, the only thing I'll do, first of all, try and drink my heartache away. Might just take a week or something, but don't worry, you'll have my support. That much I can ascertain.
Delon exhales and then rubs his forehead for a second, leans back, and says, Do you know who the first being I ever fell in love with? Truly believed I fell in love with.
Well, may have an idea, but please tell me.
Oh. I was a young knight, just left, not being a Templar. Wandered the forest of Gloucester, ended up meeting Verlaise, traveled the land of monsters, and that was when I met her. She was beautiful, transcendent even. Warm smile, kind and generous. She took me in, respected me. When I could leave, I offered to help and help those around, and I made her smile more. Oh, you should have seen her splendor. She was truly radiant. Now, it feels like that woman is not there at all anymore. And that affection was perhaps a trick in the light. I do not know. But, he says, planting down his tankard, I have been waiting a long time to hear her answer. And before I pursue another relationship, I thought it'd be right that I get that answer.
Amen.
Indeed. I'll just reserve my empty tankard, but
Come now, we got a fresh one right here. Puts 3 more tankards on the counter.
Oh, Lord.
I think an additional one might be too much.
Nonsense. You got bridges at your side. Works fantastically. Yodos.
How about... Fine.
He just grins.
I won't deny my affections for people. I'm not going to pretend otherwise on things anymore. And truthfully speaking, Gildas, I do see you as a very good friend. I truly do. You as well, Njorn. I trust you both. And I don't want to come between either one of you. But of all the lessons you've taught me, Gildas, it's that I should stand by what I believe. And including my feelings. I do not want to betray the man you were when you told me those things. But if you would do me an honor and
You must find out how Eleanor feels for you. You have the right to do so. And whatever she decides, she decides. I will live with it no matter what happens. I'm a knight. I have taken the ocean waters against my back. I have taken the snow. I have taken the rain. I'll take heartache. It's not my first time. But I want you to be all of you and to make that attempt. If you at least allow me to talk to my lady and finally get an answer from her, I would greatly appreciate it. If you can't wait, I understand.
Well, then, in that case,
Hmm.
if you will allow me to craft a brooch-like equivalent to your flower.
Delon nods. I will. Gentleman's honor. I will make no moves whatsoever.
Right. So until then, the only thing I'll ask is what she thinks.
Aye. If she does, I will understand if you do pursue. I truly will. That is all I request.
Well, I'll just stand up, like, walk up to your table and, like, just extend a hand.
Delon will do the same. Whatever happens, Gildas, I do want
Whatever.
you to be happy. And I'm
Same to... Yeah, go ahead.
sorry for not noticing sooner. If you told me sooner, I could have prevented the whole thing.
Oh, he told me that I know. If anything, if it had happened without me doing anything, well, I had time to do it. But
As you should.
I have you all as a witness.
Oh,
So,
and yeah, you certainly do. Yom actually comes over and puts one hand on each of your shoulders, kind of like shakes you both a little bit, but not hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like an older brother would.
Mm-hmm.
And as Lord under the Mountain, I officiate this gentleman's deal, and if either of you break it, I'm going to kick your ass.
I accept those terms.
Good!
Well then, not to the best man, but to happiness. Wherever it comes.
Aye.
What time that we have left. And
Yeah.
Gildas, congratulations. I'm glad you feel some inkling. I'm glad you're feeling the inkling. For a moment there, I wasn't thinking you were going to say to your neutral nature forever.
Calm now.
He's a red-blooded Ronaldian. He just feels it more than most, I'd say.
You think a dragon doesn't feel passion either? I have some of my blood now.
Oh, a dragon? Dragons feel passion, alright. See how much they covet. Can't covet something without a strong desire to keep it.
Aye. Whatever happens, it's always been an honor working with you two. I hope to continue that no matter how this goes, or how any of this goes.
Aye.
Now, let's finish these tankards, finish our business, send our letters, and bring the good news home.
Mm-hmm. Now, where's Tulio at? Wasn't he supposed to be here?
I'll know him is probably not too far off, just listening on our conversation somehow.
I'm sure that old fox is up to his own tricks.
Ah, he's missing out on perfectly good booze. I would have bought him around if he's shown his face.
I know you would.
Yorm says while looking all around the bar, raising his voice.
He's probably getting drunk on the whole exchange anyway.
He's probably laughing himself silly.
He only laughs because you were talking about things that only a man can feel. So if you're laughing, just know it's because you don't feel the same things. Means you're not full man yet.
I resent that.
To the post office.
Mm-hmm. That
Probably.
you head out of the town. You head out of the Cantankerous Barn. A little like buzzed, but and wandering around, but not too bad. Which is surprising considering what you've been drinking. But you know, when you're at a party filled with alcoholics that all have high con, it's not that bad.
Oh, come now.
Oh, come
I
now.
drank like 26. I drank 26 like barrels.
Yeah,
Bro, like,
barrels are
like
good.
4 tankers.
Precisely, it ain't that bad.
Yeah, it's just like drinking water. But yeah.
Especially when the water's dirty. But
Yeah, it's getting
But
late.
alrighty, you make your way over to the post office, where you wait in line for some time before meeting a very similar bearded lady as before, but she's different than the last one you met. Bearded dwarven lady.
I will
And,
give Gildas his notice to let him fill out exactly everything. Make
Alrighty.
sure it gets sent where it's sent.
Yeah, so essentially, you can probably see the names, like,
Hmm.
addressed to a certain Angeles Armand, living in
Angeles
Glorcaster
Armand.
City.
Gloucester.
And yeah,
We're going to
pretty
visit.
much, like,
Wait, Crumpin.
probably, yeah, the details, like, just filled out. Like, as needed.
Alrighty.
Mhm.
You fill out the documents as needed, and when you're finally ready to mail them, they charge you a simple 5 gold for the shipping, essentially, for mailing it.
5 gold for a letter.
Hey, you're sending it a pretty far away.
5 gold, goddamn.
You're sending it a pretty far away. You're going from Asterium all the way to Gloucester. And you're sending more than one letter.
There's only one country in between.
There's Asterium is up. Hold on. It's actually pretty far away. Because you got Asterium here, which is you are here. Then you send it. It goes over a mountain range.
No, don't be a
Kingsland.
dick.
No, they send the goblins into the tunnels with the mail.
Under the
Then they
king of
come
the
out the
mountain who has
other
to pass it. Who has the baton pass to it.
Alternatively, you can start here, go to Nebulum, hopefully don't get your letter robbed by the Nebulese highwaymen, so go up into King's Landing, then to Gloucester.
That's like securing
clearly.
another
Final
route.
You go through the Savage Lands, head over the mountain, into Savage Lands, to find a way over the mountains, or under the mountains, go into the Gloucester area, go to Gloucester. There you go.
Why don't we have airmail anyway?
Airmail? That's because carrier pigeons only go short distances.
Oh yeah.
And hawks and shit are usually sent for war.
Like we have a dude, like surely they have like a flying contraption, like flying magic. It's like, bro.
No.
Actually, well, do they have like a normal post
Look,
office, just like
The
magic?
gnomes have the technology, they just don't want Canes to have it, okay?
Basically, yeah.
Like, just cast teleport on the letter. Boom.
Yeah, they don't want the teleporting magic is already like a
Teleporting magic is dangerous.
You might one half of you might end up in another place.
Can't just teleport the letter giver all willy-nilly.
I'm talking about teleporting the letter directly into
You teleport the letter. The letter explodes upon arrival.
What is this, Inspector Gadget?
But yeah, no, it's pretty far away actually. That's the price of all the letters, not one. It's 5. It's all the letters for 5 gold.
Look, man, it's whatever. It's the amount of letters.
I'll be spoiled by my goblins, so they're free.
Once again,
my goblin, it's free.
Delon actually takes out what appears to be a last letter, what his uncle gave him, and he thinks about it for a moment. And then once again, he decides, he puts it back in his pack and just pays for the rest of the stack of the letters. Like, fine, 15 gold, whatever.
No, not 5 per letter. It's 5 for all of them total.
Yeah,
oh, 5, whatever. 5 gold. Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, it's
Five-
pretty cheap
five
for
gold,
like 3
yeah.
letters across the whole country.
Yeah, 3 letters. There you go. One from Delon's family, one from Gildas, and then another letter that I can't remember.
Come
who
on,
it
you guys
belongs
got 30k gold. What the fuck?
So
to. Yeah,
what?
we're fine. It's still 5 gold, all right? There's a penny pincher Ronaldian, all right?
I know. I'm just giving you guys shit for
We
it.
spent like 500 already. Like,
Oh my god, Gil. Oh my god, Ronaldian. Jesus. Fucking Frenchie over here. Lord, the bet of a 5 gold.
Hey, you should be happy that I'm having whenever Yorm buys booze. It's got coming out of the total. It's coming out
It's
of
coming out of
wallet.
his pocket.
I could be
Ooh,
charging
he's a
it
nice
from the
guy.
cart.
we
We
may have
could.
like 30,000 the card. Like, when I open my inventory, I have like 1 gold. So, yes, I have gold conscious. I have like 1 gold and 166 silvers. Like, I'm poor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm richer than most farmers, but
You are actually.
Alright. I assume
anyway.
we finished sending the letters, and then
Yep.
Delon will stop by a bookstore. I know what I'm going to get for Ophelia. The only thing that's going to be was the hardest thing that probably Delon would have to get during his thing is figure out what to get Tulio. You don't know what to get Tulio.
Yeah, gifting
Oh, I have an
Tulio
idea.
something's very difficult. 'Cause
I have
I'm
an
not
idea.
even sure what I could recommend gifting Tulio without
So
without basically you having asked Tulio himself and him being honest, which is rare.
So, I have an idea of what Delon would get him, and the idea is he would try to ask for something custom made from the black. Well, the idea was from the list of blacksmith. He would ask that it's like a rose blade, like with a rose hilt or a blade, and it's basically made for like simple stuff, souvenir stuff, opening letters, like a letter opener kind of thing, something fancy that he can use practically, and that's his. And it has the name Montulio on the back. Like, it's his. Because he knows, he appreciates things. It's like, no, it's you. It's yours. Completely yours.
Interesting. But alrighty, I'm
Right.
gonna go ahead and
Yeah,
speed
that's
this
the
along just
idea.
a little bit. I like the
Yeah,
idea
it's fine. Yes, please.
though. But with that, you finish up your other shopping trips along the way. And you make your way back to the College of Asterium, with the sun still pretty high in the sky. It's about noon or so when you arrive. As you arrive back, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.